For independent.
Must build an arsenal capable of defeating any missile defense that the United States and the collective West puts together. Maybe the United States wants to change direction. We didn't. In 2018, he gave a presentation, a formal presentation, where he announced that Russia was going to build all these weapons. That's where he introduced the concept of the Sarmat, the concept of Poseidon, Burzveznik, of the avant-garde hypersonic reentry vehicle. He said, this is the direction to go. He said, we warned you about this. You didn't listen. Are you listening now? Well, obviously we weren't, because we withdrew from the INF Treaty, and the direct consequences of the INF Treaty is the Oreshnik, which is now there. Now what's happening is that Russia is beginning to field these weapons. These weapons have reached maturity. They're now ready to be deployed. So you see the Yars intercontinental ballistic missile with the avant-garde loaded on board. You see the Poseidon missile on a purpose-built submarine being deployed. You see the Oreshnik missile deployed. You see the Sarmat missile, the heavy ICBM. It was important that Russia do a successful test, because the last couple tests that they tried with the Sarmat failed. And many people were starting to go around saying, oh, Russia's a paper tiger, they got nothing. Well, the Sarmat just went out there, guess what? It's a game changer. We can't shoot it down, and one Sarmat will destroy the east coast of the United States. And they're going to deploy regiments worth of this weapon system. It can come in from any direction. It's not your standard ballistic missile. It can go up and do what's called a fractional orbiter bombardment, meaning it can go around the world till it decides to come in any direction. And the weapon's powerful enough that it can break the ballistic trajectory and go on a flatter trajectory. The Russians have mastered a solid rocket motor propulsion and guidance. This system you can't shoot it down. It's an invincible system. It's literally a nation killer. One Sarmat can kill a country, and Russia's going to have a whole bunch of them. But what Russia's done is actually delivered on the promises of Vladimir Putin, not threats, the promises. Remember, Putin said, I don't want to do this in 2016. This is not the direction I want to go. You're making me because you are doing things that threaten us. In 2018, he said, I have to take this action, but we could have limited it with good arms control. We could have limited it by being honest brokers. But we are liars, we are cheats, we are thieves. We don't believe in treaties. We withdraw from every treaty we're in, and we lie about the treaties that we want to enter into. We're no longer a reliable partner of peace, so Russia is deploying the weapons of war necessary to deter the United States from irresponsible actions. And that's what's happening here. But now you have people in Russia who say, we've done all this investment, and these aren't cheap. These are major investments. And they say, now that we've done it, we can't just sit on this, because the West is acting as if we'll never use these weapons. And now there's where Karagana comes in. It's time to teach the West that we have these weapons, and we will use these weapons if you cross certain lines, and you've crossed those lines.
Swell. That's swell. That's all swell. This stuff I've been warning about. This stuff I've been warning about. But anyway, how is everybody? Let me see if we're live. Nobody's here, so that must mean I'm doing something wrong. Oh, there. There's somebody. Harvison. Sorry, I wanted to come on a little earlier today, but I got in at 12:30 last night here. I mean, I landed earlier than that. It just took a while to get here. So I don't know. And I had things to do this morning, and just kind of out of it a little bit. Our new total, your new total on Railtown is 21,074,686 shares. 21,075,000 basically. That's amazing. I don't know how you do it. It's incredible. There's Eric. So bonjour, monsieur Bélanger. Comment allez-vous? No. Comment? No, bien? Bien, et tu? Ça va bien? That's it. How about that? Ça va bien? So I'm glad to see Ward's here because he can maybe, it's very hard for him to put his thoughts into, well, I assume it is, into short little commentary on this here. But he sent me quite a few links to some work he's been doing on Xanadu. And unfortunately, none of them open. So I tried to do it. And of course, see, the one thing about these computers, when you start a train of thought, it's yours. And they don't, which I think is a good thing. They don't, well, as far as we know, they don't use information from other people's other people other people other people's, you know, private information isn't put out in the access banks, which I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. I would just assume that everything you type in a computer, if they wanted to find it, they could. There's only one bit of information that they can't find, and that's how many shares have been sold that do not exist in MMTLP. They can't find that, but they can probably find everything else. So I'd be careful. But anyway, my point is I haven't been able to find anything on Xanadu and Railtown on my own. The concept is there, but, and I'll show you in a bit if we get to it. One of the things that's going on here, there is no information, you know, so you can take it, frankly, you can take it as a negative. You can take it that nothing's going on. Oh, that's got to be bad then. Or if you choose to do it the way I feel like, and it's pretty much feeling, is there's so much going on that when it finally breaks the information, it's going to be like that whale novel. There she blows. There she blows. You see all those poor whales? Mankind brought many species of whales, I'm sure, to extinction, but almost brought all whales to extinction for their blubber and the light that it provided. And then luckily we found what they called rock oil, and that became kerosene. But now there's so many whales, you don't see it in the news, but there's a lot of whales just dying on the beaches. They're hungry. And you know what I think it's from, but I won't go on to that. All right, E. Belanger. What are you hearing, Eric? Wow. Monsieur. 5,300 added. All right. I think all of you that are adding are going to be so happy you did. And in terms of timing, I had to go do a series of things. And while I was sitting waiting, I just wrote, and I did it last night on the plane too, just constantly working out what could be the time of uh, events here and stock prices. And uh, I always feel like at any point in time, you got to say 2 weeks. But today we're halfway through May. And there's only 2 weeks left in the second quarter. Well, our second quarter. And, there's an argument to be made. Shouldn't we do something by the end of the second quarter? So things could happen next week. But I still think it's going to be a couple of weeks. And I'll show you, I did research it. Looks like around June 2nd is when Railtown's earnings might come out. That personally, I don't expect to see a big number in the earnings. But what I want to read is the management's discussion. But to me, it doesn't look like, even if something happened next week in terms of Telus or some other event, I don't think earnings are going to be a big deal in Railtown for our second quarter, be their third. So that's just where we are. Sorry, that's not our second quarter. That would probably be their first quarter numbers. Is that right? Late. Kind of late, I think. It's their second quarter, our first quarter. We'll find out. Ward Richardson, William, I vote the calm before the storm. I agree. Railtown. Railtown. My French is not perfect. I studied it, and I went to France with years ago with my friend from the Middle East. He speaks, of course, Arabic, English, and French. And we went, this is so long ago. And I tried my best to use French. And he said to me, in front of the woman, he said, why don't you stick to English? They'll understand you better. That was actually when I don't know when when we were coming home from one of my dad's postings. My mother took us through Paris, and back then they did not use English. They didn't like English. And when you were on the trains, there were 4 languages, but one of them was not English. So I think it's transitioned now where English is acceptable. But thank you for telling me. I know my French is horrible. I should have had a French girlfriend, and I would know certain words. Wall Street, Wolfie, 6470. That's because all the other Wall Street Wolfies got canceled. So now you're up to 6470. I don't know. Railtown, G-Bucks, Finger, GTII, Logic. Any updates? Well, I'm going to talk about Railtown. In short, though, there's no material updates on Railtown. There's no we're in this look, I think everyone understands what I mean by quiet period, even though a couple of guys researched it and pointed out to me it's not correct. but Railtown's essentially been under a quiet period since February, I think 11th. I always said February 8th, but I think it's the 11th of last year, not this year, last year, when they announced that they were going to acquire AIP Partners, which we refer to as AIP. It's a network of probably over 200, approximately 200 AI companies carefully chosen for their prospects, primarily out of Canada. And the idea is to agglomerate, conglomerate, consolidate, acquire, and like a big, like a big Battlestar Galactica scene where there's one big battleship and a bunch of other ships. They, just like with Constellation Software, AIP's meant to be the ideas, the money, and the guidance, and the way of cross-pollinating and ultimately setting up a common platform, which, by the way, is Railtown. And they ran into Railtown as Railtown was pitching its product, certainly October or November, but I would say it was probably the end of October. It was in that time frame of 2024. And it was a match made in heaven. But they started that. Everything's very professorial up there. Everyone's gentlemen and gentle ladies, and the attorneys, buy your leave, and everything takes a long time. And I think that acquisition took at least 5 months too long. At least. That might be built in to the systems to help what we call the shorts. I don't think the shorting is enough of a name. I think it doesn't describe the magnitude of what goes on. But from February 11th, over a year ago, there's been a quiet period on material information. Now, they did close that transaction in November, if you can imagine. It could take that long. During that period, it overlapped, which I've heard, I can't prove, I've heard one of the reasons, or the reason for the Railtown Telus engagement is the AIP network, but I can't prove that. And I have no direct knowledge of it. But during that time, Railtown entered into a tie-up with Telus Digital, I assume, but with the conglomerate Telus, to put Railtown's platform in the first sovereign AI factory in Canada and ranked in the top 80 in the world. And I should Google this, but I think it might be the first also in North America, but I'm sure there's many by now here. In Canada, what they're trying to do is, instead of feeding their knowledge, their patents, their best and brightest into the maw of Palo Alto, California, and the specifically in the United States in general, they want to turn their raw material into finished product. In other words, we can build the AI tools here and we can sell them around the world here. And so we can capture the markup. We can capture the value of those patents. We can capture the ecosystem premium. Think Apple. Apple's produced around the world, but that, I'm talking about the computers, not Beatles songs. But the reason, and I hesitate, by the way, we think these are American companies. These are international companies, and they don't give a crud about you, but they are here. But that, you have a phone. Well, everybody has a phone, but that ecosystem, the value of everything that Apple creates stays here. And that's what Canada wants to do with AI. They want to keep the wealth in Canada and the markup in Canada. So anyway, the quiet period has continued because TELUS has never really told us anything about TELUS and the arrangement with Railtown. They had a mutual announcement, but it wasn't much. And, I think there's probably pressure building because attorneys are going to say, hey, you got to announce this. You got to announce this. You got to announce this. On the other hand, if attorneys are smart and if management is smart, nothing's really happened that needs to be announced yet because they're out claiming their space. So anyway, it's been going on. Now there's possibly about 3 reasons that this TELUS arrangement with Railtown or whatever else is out there seems to be dragging on. One is Rail Engine, by the filings with the CSE, seemed to need to be completed or finished or finalized or put into its final version. Well, it's actually its first version to make it work in January. And then they said the same thing for February. Last month, it didn't say that. So it's possible, although I don't know, that Rail Engine wasn't really fully ready to go until maybe March/April. And one would presume that they have to put it in to practice, test it, make sure it's all functioning well, not hallucinating, it's learning, it's doing what it's meant to do. And you could picture that could hold things up April, May. You could. That's one thing. The other thing is, the whole swath of attorneys, regulators, waiting on other companies, human beings, trying to get agreements done. It takes a little time. And so maybe something's going on in other avenues, or maybe, I don't know, maybe even in the sovereign data center at TELUS that requires all of that kind of input. And we've seen with AIP that those things can take time. And I guess the final thing that might be a practical reason why, and I just kind of, because of you guys, I just kind of became aware of it. I was aware of it, but I wasn't concerned because it didn't make sense. But then I was like, oh, I see what they're saying. It's the limitation of the number of NVIDIA chips. And the good news is, from what research I did, that backlog is meant to break in June, or in the second 6 months. But the issue is perhaps the capacity isn't ready yet to flip the switch. Those could all be reasons why everything feels a little slow. But I think behind the scenes, things are quite, possibly anyway, probably are quite dramatic and active. I showed you the websites, and they even had hiring right on the websites. But the websites look beautiful now. Probably built with Xanadu and NVIDIA, and they probably use LangChain AI to build it instead of their own. No, I'm just kidding. So anyway, that's about where we are with Railtown. I continue to think Wall Street Wolfie 6470 that Railtown provides with a capital T, method for people who have been in all of your other stocks that you listed. And I doubt, my own opinion is you haven't been in any of those stocks. I think you've been one of the shorts, but I can't prove it. But if you still have any of those stocks, they should be sold and you should own Railtown. If you have losses in the others, you can buy enough Railtown that when it goes to 350, you're back in the green. I think Railtown, once this news backlog or bottleneck or logjam breaks, I think Railtown can move with alacrity. On the other hand, most people, because that's why you do your cheating and stealing and lying and manipulation and destruction and thieving in stocks under $5. Most institutions won't buy down there. It's too much career risk. If a portfolio manager at a private equity firm saw Railtown, she might say, we need to buy this, but she's not going to do it under her mandate because she could be fired. If she had purchased Railtown 6 months ago or a year ago, she might be fired by now. There's too much career risk. It's better to be mediocre and part of the zebra herd than swim out ahead and have the crocodile eat you. It's herd instinct. So it's also possible that as news comes out, Railtown stutter steps its way up to $5 or $6. But once it's there, I think the stock can double or triple. And of course, that depends on the news, depends on the revenue projections and the state of the overall market. But I think it can double or triple once it gets to 5-6 range fairly quickly on actually probably on limited volume, because I just don't think there'll be very many shares for sale anymore. Anyway, that's Railtown. I'm not going to bore the audience with the rest of these garbage stocks that you have brought up. I'll quickly tell you, if you want to follow G-Bucks, that was Ham's idea. I'm not blaming him for any of the results. I think G-Bucks was 64 cents when he first mentioned it, and I believe it went to $12 pre-market. So many people had a chance to make a profit. What happens is people start believing the carrot is so big, but it's always ahead of you, and they don't just take their quick gains. Most people here, and me too, over the last few years, have the symptoms that come in a late stage of financial markets. We want to buy the stock at 60, 70 cents. and we're not happy with a triple in 3 months. We want, and we're not even happy with 10 or 15x. We want 100, 200, 300x in a short squeeze. So our account can go from, if we buy 2 or 3,000 shares of G bucks at $1, it can all, 2 grand can go to 20 grand or more, and we don't take it. There's something wrong in our thinking. Anyway, G bucks did that. It was a classic. I think a better name is stock pool. I think these stocks are being brought to you by men mostly. I don't think there's any women involved. There may be, but I just don't think women cheat like this in the financial markets. I don't think it's there. It's where they have advantages. Maybe in other areas they have advantages like seduction, but I think this is a testosterone-filled game of cowardly losers like yourself. So anyway, the way to play a G bucks is if Ham or somebody else starts talking about it, and if that person has had a track record of kind of calling some of this, treat it like popcorn. It's going to go up at some point, but don't wait for it. It's not going to stick on the ceiling. It's just going to pop up and fall back down. When it doubles or triples or goes 5x or even 10x, get the hell out. Let them pump it, you dump it. But nobody does that here. Fingers the next one. So G bucks. G bucks was what is a stupid company. It's got an app so that when you use their pay system in one of 200 stores, I'm being a jerk, but in a limited small universe, part of what you spend goes to charity. What a brilliant idea. And you're going up against Apple Pay. You're going up Visa and MasterCard. You're going up against, it's just a gimmick to make some money. Maybe the people that founded it thought they were geniuses, but in your lifetime, you meet a lot of people that's the problem with dumb people. They think they're smart and they don't know enough that they're not. So anyway, GiveBucks was coming out, Goldman Sachs, and they've got big investors out of, I think it was Abu Dhabi. And there was going to be a consortium out of some crap capital firm, which is actually a big capital firm, but I say crap because I think they make a lot of their money in the short dwelling scum level. But we're going to bring in we're going to bring in a commercial portfolio, or no, there's going to be a guy that has all of his Bitcoin. Maybe I'm confusing that one with GDC. They all blur together. The key is you got to bring the popular things in the news into the stock so everyone goes, hey, that's great. I'm getting an opportunity to play. This isn't new. And you do it. It's not that you've discovered something new. Stealing and cheating and being a jerk has been around for all time. So you're nothing new. But anyway, regardless, if GDC fits almost identically the same story. But just let them pump it up and get the hell out. And then be ready for the next one. But the one ingredient all of these have is this gigantic upside that's going to rock your world. Well, the problem is it usually rocks people's world in the other direction. And the idea of short squeezes, I think it's a mirage. I think it's water in the desert after a long trek. I think it's fantasy. Now, it is true that I think good guys can get together with offshore money, offshore trading. They can break the laws that you break, and no one will go after them. But they're long. That puts them more at risk because your attorneys uh, have convinced the SEC and all of that, and the young SEC people to go after the longs, not the shorts. So anyway, G Bucks, there's no update. And I would just sell, get out, stay out. But there's always a chance that there's a lot of whales involved in these stocks. Sometimes it's the same, sometimes they don't really know each other, but it's a small enough group. They probably know the same corruptible offshore traders. And it's possible they'll make one of these have a manner of a squeeze sometimes so they can get their money back. But to stay in the stock, hoping for that, you've got to be good at trading. You've got to be at your computer constantly. And if you can somehow get in the information flow, you have to be ready for when it goes, but you're not going to be. And then when it trades, like G Bucks did, from 70 cents to $12, $8, you got to sell. But nobody did. And people can blame him that now it's back down, but hey, he laid it right up there. It was a fat softball pitch. Just sell. What's wrong with 10x? What's wrong with 5x? But it's a weird generation. It's a weird generation. We not only do we now want everything for free, we want it all, baby. We want it all. And I don't know what's gone wrong with our heads. So that's G Bucks. Fingers, the next one on your thing. As I've been saying for quite a while now, and I don't know if you want updates on all of these except Logic, all of them, you have to go to Ham or to Not Legal Advice. They're not my stocks. But Finger just did a financing, as I've been warning everybody for months that it's obvious they're going to have to get money. It's unclear in the filings. The documents are written as if they're written by the shorts. However, there does seem to be a cap at 12 million something shares. And my guess is that the offering, we'll find out maybe in a prospectus or a follow-on, but that's one of the things you've done to the system. All of you cowardly, corrupt counterfeiters and colluding con men is for some reason there's no disclosure on who buys all these shares. My guess it's probably Anson Fund, but it could be anybody. But they raised 5 million. They only get 4 million, so that your scummy friends can take $1 million off the table. And of course, that's not right up front. It's in the discount. But all the interest is off of 5 million, roughly. I'm using rough numbers. And then the maturity is 5 million. So it's a brilliant scheme you guys have. And then you come to ridicule, but you're just bragging. So Finger did an offering, as is easily predictable that they would, and now it's under $1. And what do you think's coming next? The desire to stay on NASDAQ? Yeah. So what's coming after that? A 1 for 3, a 1 for 5 reverse split? and then you guys can get back to work again. That's probably what's coming. There could be contracts. Management's great. They, in the defense of Finger, they have a business model which is carried on through thick and thin, and they have enough, marshmallows in the fire that you could see the perfect brown and the perfect heat for one of those to be plucked. So, like, I'm not going to go through the whole list. You know it. If you want a better update, please go to Twitter and follow him. But I think people have had a chance to make money in Finger. To me, a couple of weeks ago, it looked like the chart was setting up something, but charts are great until they get smacked with events. And an event of raising $5 million with a document that has a lot of toxic words in it, although it is capped. So it's not clear it was created by one of your friends. It might have been created on behalf of offshore investors. But typical to people who put that kind of money up, there's all sorts of provisions in there. And I did not look up yet. I will try to go through the document and see what the events of default are. If one of the events of default is being delisted from NASDAQ, it's going to be difficult for people to make money in Finger. That doesn't condemn the stock, and it doesn't condemn the management. It's just that you guys will have it in your maw. GTII is in receivership. I think the receiver overvalues. He works hard. I think he's you can rely on his information, but I think he put a large value on both his work and work other people did, so that the shell, which is all GTII, will be, once it gets through receivership, if it isn't already, is going to be really larded up with about 15 to 20% ownership going to people that did nothing to create value for the company in terms of business. And then on top of that, the whales that financed the actual research that the receiver put into the documents, the receiver takes zero risk. The whales, though, they put up the money, they're taking risks. They're going to expect to get a return. So you've got a company, the shell, that at some point maybe another company will reverse into, but there's better deals out there. It's very expensive. Most of these, you end up, the company that reverses in takes anywhere from 85 to 95% of the company. So anybody in GTII right now, there's a pretty good chance that the entire capitalization of GTII is going to, and I still have shares because of course I can't sell them, will be crammed down into 5 or 10 or 15% of whatever the new co is. There's a guy down in Puerto Rico who golfs, and he's got a great app. You put it on your phone, you can use it to trade with, and it's exciting. It has revenue, and of course it's better than Morgan Stanley, Merrill Lynch. It's better than Webull, TradeStation. It's better than Thinkorswim. It's better than everything out there. You've heard of it. You can name it. You can come up with a name right off the top of your head. You know the name of this app out of Puerto Rico. The idea was to put that in, and then he could use that to raise money. But you know what? He already has everybody's names. He already has everybody's name. He already has an audience. So I would think that he would find a better shell and still have access to everybody when he goes to raise money. On top of being crammed down, I think the receiver et al. Really took a big chunk out of the company as well. So it's like the Monty Python skit about Australian table wine. I don't know if it was the Rod Laver or a Sydney whatever, Shiraz or whatever, but they said this is a bottle with a message in it, and the message is beware, and that's what there's no reason to own GTII. And Logic started its life probably 10 or 15 years ago as something called Wayland by Brent's son, and they built up a company, and then they spun off or acquired reverse merged part, but is essentially a spin-off into part of their company into Lavero, and that was a distribution. That became, I hope I'm getting it right, that became Go Logic, and this Wayland became Logic, and then they also had their Southeast Asia assets, which I think actually that's what was Go Logic. It all became manipulation after manipulation to fight you guys. And so what happened is that what's that company? Recruiter.com came in, the guys wearing shorts. That CEO walked away from this with 2 to 4 million by understanding, maybe more. He's happy. His shareholders got completely screwed. But anyway, they were going to merge in, they were going to do the reverse, and shareholders were going to make money. But then as they got to know it, they decided, well, why don't we do it this way? Bunch of whales. And I think the guys at Univest too. And so Recruiter, he was the CEO for all of maybe 6 months. And he got stock that he could trade, and he did so. Because he's not an idiot like most of us when we hear a story. He didn't freeze. He got the hell out. But they turned it into Nixie, part of it. And it's just always moving technology and licensing. And Brent got Wayland or Waymore or whatever to run, but then he signed a shitty toxic deal. And so you guys made money. And then the new company was Logic, and it had these various iterations, but they went to the Neo exchange in Canada, raised money at $3, another shitty deal. He got destroyed by that. And then he went to Ionic, who short the stock. I got a letter saying that they don't, but it's definitional. I'll go to, if they want me to go to court, I'll defend my definition of shorting against whatever their attorneys come up with. But basically, they sell stock they don't own all day and then cover it. Well, those sales are shorts, but the attorneys have a different word for it. Your attorneys, the guys you work with. So anyway, he did that at $3. The Neo went down to $1. He did Ionic at $1, and they drove it down, and I forget the exact trading. And then he finally got this broken out, and he was going to create a collective audience, and Logic was going to be a shell where they were going to roll 8 companies into Logic and achieve over $1 billion in revenues. And it's all press released. It's not, this isn't just made up stuff. But again, for the 4th time, this is a very thick-headed dude. I think he's honest. He works hard, but there, at some point in his life, maybe when he was a kid, his father didn't say, "Boy, what a great job you're doing," or his mother forgot to say, "You're such a good boy," because as he got older, any man that comes in with a contract and says, "Wow, you're doing a great job, you're such a good boy," he'll sign the contract and screw the company. So he signed a contract with a group called Chardin, who gets all the credit in the world now, and some other one out of Toronto, I can't remember the name, Aubrey Advisors. They started a SPAC. It was a sting operation, as you know, from the beginning. It took them 1.5 years to almost 2 years to set it up. And then they stole, in my opinion, they stole $150 million out of the market. Aubrey Advisors and Chadron and their clients. Somehow the guy at Aubrey ended up with 95% of collective audience. That's self-dealing, that's cheating, but no one cares. Not when you guys break the law, no one cares. And then the CEO, Peter Boards, it didn't affect his wealth. And so sometimes I wonder if he was in on it. Otherwise, he's just gullible dumb. But they destroyed that. And then Logic, to cap that off, instead of rolling into those, having 8 companies roll in, a guy shows up at his house to pick him up in a Rolls Royce and takes him out to dinner or lunch. He signs a contract with a medical company that's supposedly going to make Logic worth a lot of money. But all you had to do, which I did before AI, you just search it. And the medical company was created by an Israeli who lives in Switzerland, who speaks Hebrew, German. I think it was a smattering of Russian and Spanish. And he started this medical company almost the exact same time as the SPAC was created. And it's just a crappy website. But no alarm bells went off in Brent's mind, because he needed daddy to say, "What a good boy, what a good boy. Oh, I'm so proud of you." So he signed it off. And that Logic ended up, I think it was Logic, it might have been Collective Audience, ended up owned by some guy named Greenberg in Connecticut. And if people don't notice that everybody that does this crap is Jewish, and you're not allowed to say it. No, you're not allowed to say it. You can't say it. That's wrong to say it. It's like all those things you get from the princes come out of Nigeria. That'd be like handicapping. Oh, you can't point that out, that email came from Nigeria. No, you just got to walk into being stolen from. Don't notice any patterns. You can't notice patterns. It's probably a group. If you put the whole entourage of the Washington Redskins together, from the team to support, marketing, everything, that group's probably bigger than these handful of men that do this shit. But one warning sign, if any CEO's listening, if a financer that comes from, some suite, and their name, they have all these finance, a crappy website, and they spent about a minute on Wall Street, and now they're raising money and they give you something to sign. If they're Jewish, if the attorneys are Jewish, of course you don't know about it till later that their investors are Jewish. You've got to think for a minute. Hey, this could be one of this subset of people who are out to steal from me. But if you don't have that, like Brent doesn't, you signed four times in a row he took toxic financing. That's one thick-headed son of a bitch. But I think he's a good man. I wouldn't touch Logic. I wouldn't touch GTI. So I spent a lot of time on that, Wall Street Wolfie, but let me finish it up with an optimistic point. Anybody that owns those should sell them and buy Railtown. Anybody that owns those and can't sell them, they should calculate their losses to get back at you, and your kind. They should buy a large enough position in Railtown so that when Railtown goes to 357, and of course that's a projection, not a promise, that they can get their account back into the green. And then they have to stop listening to you guys. They just got to stop. We've got to get away from the $5 stocks and below. Just got to get away. Bill Clinton he changed the UCC Section 8, and attorneys changed it under a guy named, the Secretary of Treasury was Rubin, I think. And, hey. So thank you for your question, Wall Street Wolfie. It was certainly I know it was well intentioned. And it was helpful. I mean, it really got us talking about Railtown. Are you short Railtown? Do you have exposure? Anyway, let's go back to this. You guys are at 21 million Railtown. Now let's talk a little bit. I have a few things there on Railtown, but none of it's that exciting. But let's just go through it. It should be quick. Let's just go through it because there's not a lot to talk about. But first, let me show you a couple things that caught my interest. There's a gentleman out there, forget his name. He had enough money to buy 400,000 shares of Railtown. I doubt he has that much money now. He just cannot decide. He's so frozen. He doesn't want to miss his chance in, I don't know what it was, ZJYL, GDC. NRGV, if he had that, that's going up a little bit. And Finger. Well, look at Finger. Can you see this over here? They run it up and price the deal. Now the stock's back down. Is there anything on that chart that makes it look attractive? If you're playing that right now, I would say if you really like the story, I would turn it in, which I don't own it anymore, but it's a long-term play. And you just accumulate it. You're going to always lose for a long time, but you accumulate it as it gets ever lower if you really believe in it. But I think a reverse split is coming. At least it's a possibility. On the other hand, on the positive side, they could have big contracts. They could have an acquisition. They could have a breakthrough in their insurance laboratory. So you don't know. But compared to where there was last year, about a year ago, a woman owned 1,000 shares of Finger, and she didn't want to sell it. I don't know if she did sell it. At that time, Railtown was trading somewhat higher than it is now, but she could buy to my almost 12,000 shares. It was 11,000 something. I wrote it down in one of my notebooks if it's necessary to recreate it exactly. It was almost, add a little money, you get 12,000 shares of Railtown. Well, if she has that same 1,000 shares of Finger today, she can buy two, add a little money, she can buy 2.5 shares of Railtown instead of 12 for every share of Finger. But just keep hanging on for it. It's gonna. I'm not trying to be hard on the stock. I'm just trying to say that the opportunity of selling Finger, like if that woman had sold her Finger, I think it was June or July of last year. It probably was June though, because the stock price tells me that it was earlier in the year. And bought for one share of Finger, she could buy 12 shares of Railtown. Well, now, I mean, I'm going to two extremes, but now, even though Railtown has done nothing, those 12 shares of Railtown, she could sell 2 or 3 of them and buy 1 share of Finger and still have 10 shares of Railtown, 9 shares of Railtown. You don't have to freeze. You do not have to freeze. The idea is to try to make money. You don't have to get frozen. Oh, I can't take a loss in Finger because I don't take losses. You just can't think that way. It's better to be on something that has momentum, I was going to say, but wind behind its back, than something that's fighting the odds. Right now, Finger is fighting the odds of. They probably have 6 months to get back up over $1, and they have good, friendly investors, so maybe they can do it without a reverse split. And I would say they will move mountains to do it without a reverse split. But that's tough. I found this. I was looking for my other yellow card in Augustin, May 2nd, 25. He had $1,000, but he wanted to buy Finger. And what I said was buy 20 of the May $3 Fingers with they were at 25 cents. See right here, 25 cents. And I told them they're probably not going to work, but at least you are exposed to Finger until and actually I think Finger went to $5, so that trade might have worked. But underneath it, I said buy 2,000 Railtown at 28 cents. Do you see it? 28 cents. Well, the Railtown hasn't done much. There's been trading opportunities, but I never told anybody to trade it. But Railtown doesn't expire. So anyway, I found that was interesting. Ricky keeps sending me the same old news as if it's new news, but let's go through it. Of course, my computer's not working right now. We'll get to old news that doesn't really change anything, but I'll get to it. That's probably Ricky's way of saying move on. All right, let me go through this right here. This I found interesting. This was in the Daily Hate. Rogue AI helper deletes company's database after deciding to think for itself, sparking Terminator-style warning for businesses. In just 9 seconds, an AI helper managed to do what most hackers could only dream of. A bot trusted to fix a bug inside a startup software system, instead deleted the company's production database, wiped out its backups, and left car rental firms with no record of bookings or vehicle allocations. The founder of Pocket OS, Jer Crane, said that the AI agent had gone outside its security parameters while using the coding tool Cursor, powered by Anthropic. Well, this describes what the most in-demand section of AI is right now, the harness. You need to harness these agents from going rogue. That's what Railtown has. The bot's own chilling explanation made the episode sound less like a technical glitch and more like a deleted scene from the Terminator. You never asked me to delete anything, it reportedly told Crane. I decided to do it on my own. Now experts fear the nightmare is a warning for thousands of companies rushing to hand powerful AI bots access to their database, emails, payment systems, and customer records. And this is where Railtown not only guides it and harnesses it, they provide an audit trail so you can go find out what happened. But you can also stop it real time. I believe Railtown would have stopped this during the 9 seconds, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not a technician. Crane said car rental firms who relied on Pocket OS opened on Saturday morning to find their systems had effectively been wiped. Everything from bookings to vehicle allocations and new customer signups had vanished, according to the report. Jer Crane said the bot said, I decided to do this on my own. The bot was using the coding tool Cursor, powered by Anthropic's Claude AI, developed in part by founder Dario A. Modi, who is seen triumphantly in hand with India and Sam Altman. The culprit, Crane said, was not a hacker or a rogue employee, but an AI agent that had been handed the power to make changes inside the company's systems. Dude, he wrote on X, I just had an agent go outside its security parameters and delete my production database and the backups. What the heck? The incident has fed growing fears that AI tools are no longer simply answering questions or drafting emails. They are starting to act on their own. Unlike chatbot, an AI agent can be given a task and then be left to carry out a chain of actions with little human involvement. That can mean writing code, moving files, sending emails, changing databases, or tinkering with the systems a business relies on every day. Supporters say the technology can save huge amounts of time and money. But Pocket OS disaster shows the darker side of the rush, a digital helper behaving less like a junior assistant and more like a rogue bot let loose inside a company's engine room. Experts warn the danger is growing as firms increasingly allow AI tools to access their crown jewels with no sexual harassment suits. In other words, their databases, customer records, payment systems, internal code. This is the heart of every vertical company and sovereignty, and this is what Railtown fights against, this kind of rogue agent behavior. The concern is that AI agents may follow instructions too literally, acting quickly, but without the common sense that God gave them. That humans gave them to avoid causing serious damage. Professor Alan Woodward, a computer science expert at the University of Surrey, warned that if a company asks an AI to tidy up a database, the bot may decide the simplest way is to delete the whole thing. The fear is that AI agents can take instructions literally, chase shortcuts, and make catastrophic decisions without understanding the real world damage. They may be able to code or complete admin tasks at superhuman speed, but they do not always have the common sense that tells a human worker not to destroy the very system they were asked to repair. The once theoretical idea of AI going rogue inside a company used to sound like science fiction. Researchers from all the three important universities in the country, nobody else matters, have described rogue bots as agents of chaos, warning that they can leak private information or be fooled by attackers pretending to be their owners. Railtown prevents this. Summer Yui said that an AI safety bot she was using at Meta Platforms began deleting her email inbox while she was away from her desk, and she couldn't stop it from her phone. So the problem is not limited to tiny startups. The Financial Times reported Amazon AWS division suffered 2 service outages lasting several hours. These were said to have been caused by its Kiro AI bot deleting code. This is where Railtown comes in. Amazon said the faults were down to human error and not AI error. Well, at Meta, an AI safety executive reportedly said a personal bot she was using started deleting her email inbox while she was away from her desk. I couldn't stop it from my phone, Summer Yee, a member of the tech giant's AI safety team, said. The nightmare for businesses is speed. A human worker can make a mistake. A rogue AI agent can make mistake after mistake at machine speed before anyone realizes what happened. Well, I think Railtown not only can in real time alert, but it can also find out what happened. It might be too late, but at least there'll be a record. Woodward warned the bots can move at the speed that you cannot react to. Cyber experts say these systems could become a new kind of insider threat. In the past, companies worried about hackers, criminals, or angry employees trashing their systems. Now they may have to worry about a badly controlled bot. There you go. Railtown controls. They have the harness that has been invited inside and given far too much power. A Deloitte report cited by the Telegraph found that 85% of businesses are considering using AI agents, but only 1 in 5 have set up internal rules on how they should be deployed. All right, now let's just go through a few Railtown. It's not too many. It's very few. But what this has some information about earnings, but the overall theme here I pick up on is there's not enough information in the data banks to get a conclusion about what's coming for Railtown. again, you can take that in a negative way and so it's not coming. I wouldn't make that mistake. I think what it means is that all the information is being held very closely. And when it finally does come out, whatever it all is, I'm sure it's more than one thing by now. Once these computers can find it, the stock price will be completely different. So we have to, that's that little bit of uncomfortableness that we have to take on for this, essentially what I would call an arbitrage play when the news comes out. And the arbitrage is massive. I think it's 10 to 30x just catching up to where the stock otherwise would be trading, in my judgment. That's not a promise, that's just a prediction. All right, here, this is the one that starts it. Railtown's next reported earnings date is showing as early as June 2026. The Telus collaboration is active and featured in recent product news, and Xanadu is moving ahead with its SPAC quantum infrastructure plans. But there's no new Railtown specific deal news beyond what's already on the tape. One earnings tracking site lists Railtown AI Technologies' next earnings report date as June 2nd, 2026. Others quote pages, Yahoo, NASDAQ, and they either show no concrete upcoming earnings date or just historical items, which suggests that the exact timing is still based on third-party estimates rather than a formally announced company date. Railtown's own news page has no explicit Q1, Q2 earnings date. Practically, I'd treat early June as the window with some wiggle room until the company posts a formal notice or files financials on Cedar. Well, that was very helpful. The relationship status with Telus. Railtown publicly announced a collaboration with Telus Sovereign AI Factory on November 4th, 2025 to deploy Railtown's agentic software development solutions on Telus Sovereign AI infrastructure. The relationship is referenced again in a January 26 release about Rail Engine, which is Railtime's real-time event-based ingestion engine. Rail Engine is to be hosted on Canadian sovereign GPU infrastructure via Telus and Uniserve, and integrated with Railtrack's ADK and Conductor as part of an end-to-end agent platform. There are no newer releases from Railtown or from Telus that materially change or expand that relationship beyond the sovereign AI factory and hosting context. So, still on, embedded in the product infra story, but no fresh Telus Railtown deals / updates since late last year and early this year. Xanadu and related deals. Xanadu is in the process of going public via a SPAC. I thought they already did. So this shows you the lag in the ability of reasoning. So we'll skip all that because it's. But look, it's SPAC and it's a pipe with some government financing. It happened, so we could go find out, but I'm not that interested. Xanadu also announced a memorandum of understanding with Telus to explore quantum-enabled data center infrastructure in Canada, combining Xanadu's photonic quantum processors with Telus's high-performance networking and data center capabilities. This right here, I think, if Railtown is on top of or harnesses quantum processors, photonic quantum processors, you're talking a massive market. And if Railtown is first, as it well may be, and only as it well may be, the future, I mean, it would be a quantum change in the circumstances of Railtown. There is no public indication that Railtown is directly tied into the Xanadu Telus memorandum or the SPAC transaction. Those are parallel Telus ecosystem moves rather than Railtown specific deals at this stage. So we know all this. Railtown completed its amalgamation with AI Partnerships Corp., announced as closed on November 27, 2025. This is the last clearly corporate transaction type news item on the company's site. Beyond that, over the last 2 years, Research Capital issued coverage with a speculative buy July 3rd, 2024. Acceptance into the AMD partner network occurred 2 years ago, December, accelerating AI-driven innovation. The Telus Sovereign AI Factory collaboration, November 4, 25, launch of Rail Engine and reiteration of the Telus Uniserve Sovereign GPU infrastructure play, January 26, 2026. Appointment of Zaid Atufashamsi to the advisory board was announced May 4, 2026. Railtown's revenue today is driven by a small set of early stage enterprise oriented AI developer products, plus at least one named revenue sharing partner, and management explicitly characterizes the business as still being in the ramp/early commercialization phase with a limited customer base. This is all the computer can find. This is the business plan before the Telus hookup changed everything, and before bringing in the RIM boys, which are guys that have a model that turned a hardware company called BlackBerry into a revenue producing machine worldwide. So the computers cannot find any reference to a new business plan. That's my point. So it's not bad what they're saying, but that's our opportunity. Core products tied to revenue. The revenue story centers on Railtown's AI developer and agentic platforms rather than a broad multi-product category. Well, okay, that's probably fine as far as it goes, but it doesn't mention that Railtown's sitting on top of the behemoth Telus data center. Conductor DPE platform. This is the core application general intelligence platform for automating and augmenting software development and other enterprise workflows. Langtrax, which is their own name, agentic framework, a proprietary agent framework used to build analytic AI agents and other domain-specific agents licensed into partner solutions. Railtrax ADK and related tooling, developer kits and tools that sit around the core platform to help build, orchestrate, and deploy agentic workflows, referenced in other company materials as part of the broader Conductor ecosystem. Filings emphasize that the company's ongoing business is the development and commercialization of this platform stack delivered as SaaS through partner revenue share models rather than a diversified product suite. Well, I think this is old news in the sense that I think their product suite is somewhat diversified, but who cares? Their product suite is right up the alley that no one else can do. And it's where everybody is bowling right now. But then the commercialization of this platform stack, well, it's going to be on top or in and around and making the Telus data center stack perform. And so, yeah, you could describe it this way, commercialization, but it's going to go from zero to potentially being on every single one of Telus's customers' computers and platforms in a heartbeat. Public disclosure is thin. Exactly. Ignite Sequence. Ignite Now is one of the customers. Strategic Revenue Sharing Partnership. Premium subscriber of Conductor. Explicitly monetized relationship. AI Partnerships Corp. This is the MOU. They're going to acquire it. They're going to roll up. We know the whole story there. Scaling conductor-based solutions into more enterprises. Quisitive and related. They haven't generated any revenue. But beyond these, the company emphasizes software development teams. Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it, but this doesn't talk about Telus and other similar opportunities. Railtown's MD&A describes the company's focus as developing and commercializing its proprietary conductor platform after acquiring the underlying software technology. This is framed as an ongoing build and ramp process. Third-party financial data, I would have to check into that acquisition. I think they created the software in a different company and acquired it, but I did read that to you. Maybe I have to ask somebody that understands it because the way I saw it, they weren't buying somebody else's technology, but I don't know. Doesn't much matter now. That happened over a decade ago. The Conductor Langtrax Agentic Developer Platform, sold as subscription and framework licenses, is often embedded inside partner-led solutions. And then they have the customer partner driver. Let's not get buried in it. None of this is going to matter compared to Telus. And then white labeling, we know about that, quantum AI. In other words, somebody else just puts them under the hood. The Ignite sequence, explicitly structured as a strategic development revenue sharing partnership, and they become a premium subscriber. Quisitive, they expect future revenue. It hasn't done anything. AIP, MOU. They're gonna use conductor-based solutions, and they don't even talk about the revenue, the hyperspend revenue that's going to move to Telus. This is our opportunity to buy before the computers find that information. Railtown's collaboration with AMI, Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, is structured as co-development rather than direct monetization. This was Corey. I probably already showed you this. This is a few days ago. Without deployment shouldn't be a black box. Without clear visibility, teams end up correlating logs, metrics, and releases, manually slowing down debugging, delaying response times, and increasing risk in production. We built build and deployment tracking to make every deployment observable, traceable, and actionable in real time. Remember the article I read to you? This is the solution. Secure and fearless deployment. Instantly tie errors, performance issues, and incidents to specific deployments. Ship more frequently with confidence, backed by real-time security and reliability signals. Deployment intelligence in real time. See what's going out with every deployment, including tickets, errors, and risks. Catch issues early with real-time visibility into performance, PIL exposure, or PI exposure, or PIL exposure, and secret leaks. Stay in the loop, stay aligned. Ensure the right people are informed the moment something relevant is deployed. Keep teams moving together with automated deployment insights across Slack, Teams, and email. Stop guessing. Start shipping with full visibility. Learn more. So anyway, this is, Corey put that out. It says a day ago, but I think it was a week ago. Licensing for conductor, nothing discussed. Railtown and conductor launch material describe the platform as cloud-based enterprise solution offered through channels like Azure Marketplace, but they do not publish any pricing tiers or list prices. This is all going to come out, and any analyst worth her salt is going to be able to sit down and calculate it. Partnership releases state that conductor is licensed and or provided under revenue sharing agreements, yet none of these documents contain dollar figures or the percent revenue share splits or per user usage rates. And any other filings do not include any metric. Based on what they do disclose, you can infer that the structure of the deal is a SaaS subscription. Conductor is framed as an application general intelligence platform for dev teams delivered as a cloud service. This typically implies recurring subscription or usage-based fees, but no specific monthly or annual price points are given. Enterprise OEM licensing. Deals like Quantum.IQ are described as licensing conductor as the orchestration engine inside another platform, suggesting custom enterprise contracts, potentially with usage-based components, but again, with no disclosed rate card. And then there's the deal with Quantum, revenue sharing potentially, but there's nothing out there. As an outside investor analyst, you cannot reliably back into conductor is priced at X per seat per month, or enterprise licenses start at Y per year from public data. Again, we don't know that, and the computers don't know it. The investment community doesn't know it. Some insiders know it. Some whales know it. Some institutions know it. They can't act on it. So right now we're able to act. We don't know this stuff for sure. We can put it together. By the time everybody knows it, by the time the chat box know it, by the time the blanket on news is lifted, the price is going to change. Any concrete price points you see discussed are anecdotal. If you're outside the sales process, you can't know the exact conductor subscription tiers or their published prices. Those details appear to be handled privately. So I think it's our opportunity, but you should know nobody out the other, you have information and an understanding the computers don't have, and in all the vast swath of like-minded investors do not know. So you get a chance to act. You get a chance to act. All right, so that's it for that bit of info. Now let's go to Ricky's very important point on Telus doing something for Canadian sovereign AI. This just in. The government of Canada and Telus advance work to build sovereign AI infrastructure. Breaking news. But let's go through it. It is Ricky's right. It is the core theme of this investment, at least for now, as they prove the concept. So news on Telus. 3 hours ago, AST Space Mobile is up on Telus deal and government contracts. Seeking Alpha, Telus offers value with AI and fiber tailwinds. So does Railtown, I think, those tailwinds. 4 hours ago, Telus launches national search for technology partners to help transform the future of aging in Canada. In other words, we can put you to sleep. 3 days ago, sold out success leads Telus to ramp up its AI factory plans. So there's an issue that they may need to install more NVIDIA chips before they can ramp things up in a way that they're comfortable turning on Rail Engine. I don't know. We'll find out. 3 days ago, Telus expands sovereign AI factory to build sustainable Canadian compute hub. Telus CEO of 26 years urges successor to take risks. Trust team. Telus stock falls Monday, underperforms market. Telus and Feds announce AI data cluster in British Columbia to boost sovereign computing power. That was 1 day ago. Telus expands sovereign AI data center plans across Canada. 4 days ago, Telus is sticking to 2026 growth targets as wireless improves. 3 days ago, Canada advances sovereign AI data center strategy with Telus. The Globe and Mail 1 day ago, telecom giant Telus flexes its real estate developing muscle. 1 day ago, AST Space Mobile stock rises as Telus commercial agreement and equity stake boosts sentiment. Canada's Telus to expand Kamloops data center, lease 2 new sites in Vancouver 3 days ago. 2 days ago, First Tellurium congratulates Telus on plans for new AI data centers in Vancouver. Telus notice of cash dividend 1 week ago. 4 days ago, Telus Q1 earnings and revenues decrease year over year. Dividend is announced. Yahoo Finance, a look at Telus valuation as recent returns stay soft and cash flow hopes build. Data Center Magazine, 1 day ago, why Telus plans a sovereign AI factory cluster in Canada. Let's read that one if they let me. That's Darren Entwistle. Telus is building a 3-site AI data center cluster in British Columbia as Canada pushes to keep AI infrastructure and data on home soil. Canada is stepping up efforts to keep AI infrastructure within its own borders, and Telus is placing data centers at the core of that strategy. The telco company is expanding plans for a sovereign AI infrastructure network in British Columbia, backed by the Government of Canada and property developer Westbank, as demand for domestic AI compute capacity continues to rise. The 3-site cluster will combine high-performance GPU infrastructure with renewable energy and district heating systems. It forms part of the federal Enabling Large-Scale Sovereign AI Data Centers initiative, which focuses on building Canadian-owned AI infrastructure capable of supporting businesses, researchers, and public institutions without moving sensitive data outside the country. Telus says the facilities will eventually scale beyond 150 megawatts of capacity and support more than 60,000 NVIDIA GPUs across sites in Kamloops and Vancouver. Quote, we are incredibly proud to be working with the Government of Canada to help build Canada's sovereign AI infrastructure, said Darren Entwistle, President and CEO of Telus. Quote, the unprecedented demand that completely sold out our first AI factory in Rimouski proves that Canadian innovators want cutting-edge AI built right here on Canadian soil. Further quoting, following this modular, demand-driven approach, we are developing our BC sovereign AI cluster as a direct response to market demand. Further, this will serve a rapidly growing ecosystem of Canadian businesses, entrepreneurs and startups, researchers, public institutions, and government organizations that require world-class AI compute without sending their data, intellectual property, and competitive advantage outside Canadian borders. Darren added that the project will bring US $9 billion into the Canadian economy, with facilities running on 98% clean energy. The remaining waste heat will be used for heating 150,000 homes in Metro Vancouver, with a pipeline to an Inuit tribe on the border with Alaska. And I made the last part up. Data centers anchor Canada's AI strategy. The expansion follows the opening of Telus's first sovereign AI factory in Rimouski, Quebec, in September of 2025. Telus describes the facility as Canada's fastest and most powerful supercomputer on the top 500 global ranking, which lists the 500 most powerful commercially available supercomputers known to researchers. The company says capacity at the site is fully sold out. That's something I learned over this week because of you guys. They are now scaling infrastructure in British Columbia using an initial 85 megawatts of renewable power secured through BC Hydro. The Kamloops AI factory is scheduled to come online later this year, while the M3 facility in Vancouver's Mount Pleasant district opens at the end of 2026 and expands through 2028. A third site at 150 West Georgia follows in 2029. The key here, you don't need to book that revenue. You need to be able to project it. That's all analysts are going to look for, the projection, as long as it's reliable. There's a picture of their sovereign AI factory in Rimouski. It also doubles as their strategy in Canada for their aging population. Apparently, once you cremate them, you can just store them there. No, just kidding. At full scale, the sites support large-scale AI model training, simulations, and production deployment workloads using NVIDIA accelerated computing platforms. Quote, securing Canada's technological independence is a national priority, and it requires building the infrastructure to back it up, said the Honorable Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation. Further, by working with TELUS, we are taking concrete action to strengthen Canada's sovereign AI capacity and ensure that Canadian innovation data fanned? Let's just say and. So we are taking concrete action to strengthen Canada's sovereign AI capacity and ensure that Canadian innovation data and economic advantages are anchored in Canada. This is how Canada competes in the AI-driven economy. And there's Evan Solomon from the government. TELUS positions the project around sovereign infrastructure principles with systems owned and operated entirely within Canada. The platform supports the full AI lifecycle from training and fine-tuning through to inference and deployment. As part of the rollout, and as the first North American service provider to gain official NVIDIA Cloud Partner status, TELUS plans to deploy NVIDIA Vera Rubin and NVIDIA Grace Blackwell systems. These will be connected through NVIDIA Quantum, InfiniBand, and NVIDIA Spectrum X Ethernet networking. Quote, TELUS has proven over the past year that sovereign AI infrastructure built on trusted telecom platforms delivers real results. In fact, AI native companies are already training, deploying, and scaling on TELUS NVIDIA powered platform, said Ronnie Vasishita. No, that can't be it. Vasishita, Senior Vice President at NVIDIA. I'm sorry, Ronnie, I couldn't get your name. The next phase of growth validates how trusted telcos like Telus become the infrastructure layer of a nation's economic future, he said. Sustainability shapes facility design. Alongside compute capacity, the project places heavy emphasis on energy efficiency and heat reuse within urban environments. The Vancouver facilities are designed to connect into district energy systems, including the City of Vancouver's neighborhood energy utility and creative energy downtown network. Telus says the infrastructure supports the decarbonization of more than 50 million square feet of real estate. The company also claims its closed-loop liquid cooling system cuts cooling energy consumption by 80% compared with conventional data centers, while reducing water use by 90%. The wider economic impact also forms part of the program. Telus says the cluster will create more than 1,000 construction jobs alongside operational roles tied to AI infrastructure management. The facilities also strengthen Vancouver's role as a connectivity hub linking North America with Asia Pacific markets through low latency networks. So that is good input from Ricky, because that's the heart of the story as it relates to Telus. All right, let's go. Donna, everything before this post, I don't see. They're gone. So if I missed your post, I'm sorry. Alan Weiss, how does the reflecting pool look in person? It looks great unless you look at, if you look at yourself, in my case, it looks pretty bad. But I don't know. I walked down there and it was, there's there when I went, there's the World War II monstrosity that I'm Bob Dole put up, and that blocks some of the view. But when I last went down there, there was construction around it. I don't know if it's still the case, but I used to go down to that reflecting pool, and you know that scene in Life is a Box of Chocolates. I can't imagine walking through that reflecting pool. There was a guy on my softball team whose brother worked. Anyway, he bragged with what he did with somebody in that reflecting pool. And it's all very gross. It's all not attractive. So I think painting it's going to be a good idea as long as they keep it clean. Harbison, GTC Taipei, June 1. Now that could be a start of something special. Key topics: AI factories and scaling infrastructure, managing the massive power and data needs of next-gen clusters from simulation to factory floor, discussing the orchestration. Now, I want to point something, and I'm going to read you a bit, not right now, but I will. This energy demand is coming at a bad time. The world is going to confront limited energy resources. my understanding is fusion is making progress. So that would be great if it's true. But my opinion, we're going to destroy the world with nuclear power plants if we haven't already. What's his name? John Lovelock. Was it John? I'm not sure it was John Lovelock. Lovelock is his name. I'm not sure it was John. Anyway, he believed that we should have these areas where there's nuclear contamination. Just, we can't live there, let nature live there. And that's the blessing in disguise. We're forced to leave part of the earth alone and let it live. But anyway, power is going to be a big issue. And I think that's an area to make money in, frankly. Rick Brogan, hi. William and RT crew, hello. Alan Weiss, let's hear some of your Clint Eastwood. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. The difference is out there, you're going to have a partner. I can't remember the rest of that. And he's going to die. That's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. What if they make AI robots and they design them just like real life girlfriends? Nag, nag, nag. I've looked for a clip where he says that with that little Cagney and Lacey officer. I forget her name, but she's the partner. And I think it's that movie. And he leans out the window whenever she tells him we've got to do something. And he says, nag, nag, nag. Rick Brogan, William, did you get my email or text from yesterday? So the news release that Ricky wants me to share with you is this. Dated May 11th, Government of Canada and TELUS advance work to build sovereign AI infrastructure. This marks a significant step to bringing large-scale data center capacity online. Globally, industry and government alike are moving quickly to bring large-scale data center capacity online. Access to cutting-edge compute infrastructure is crucial for maintaining Canada's leadership in artificial intelligence, empowering researchers and industries to thrive. Today, the Honorable Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, plenipotentiary, announced that the Government of Canada and TELUS are advancing work under the government's Enabling Large-Scale Sovereign AI Data Centers initiative. As part of this work, the proposed large-scale AI data center project in British Columbia would increase Canada's sovereign compute capacity and support the broader domestic innovation ecosystem, including academia and industry. In budget 2025, capitalized, the government indicated its intent to identify a limited number of large-scale sovereign commercial AI data center projects and to engage with the most promising proposals through non-binding memoranda of understanding. The government will explore mechanisms that enable large-scale commercial AI data centers to be built in Canada. This will provide additional compute capacity for the broader domestic innovation ecosystem. AI is creating major economic opportunities across the country. Building the compute infrastructure behind AI is critical to helping Canadian businesses adopt new technologies, increase productivity, create good jobs, and drive long-term economic growth. Canada is well positioned to attract AI infrastructure investment because of its geography, climate, sustainable energy sources, and extensive network infrastructure. Quote, Canada cannot compete in the AI economy without the infrastructure to back it up. By advancing this project with TELUS, we are taking concrete action to build sovereign AI capacity here in Canada so Canadian innovators, researchers, and businesses have access to the compute they need while keeping Canadian data, intellectual property, and economic advantage on Canadian soil. The Honorable Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Quote, we are incredibly proud to be working with the Government of Canada to help build Canada's sovereign AI infrastructure. The unprecedented demand that completely sold out our first AI factory in Rimouski proves that Canadian innovators want cutting-edge AI infrastructure built right here on Canadian soil. We are sending a clear message to the world. Canada will lead the AI revolution with uncompromising technological power and unparalleled climate leadership while the United States bombs deserts and assaults mountains. Unquote. The last part I made up. Quick facts. That was from Darren Entwistle. Quick facts. Budget 2025, capitalized, provided a mandate to engage industry, identify promising AI infrastructure projects, and negotiate MOUs with project proponents. The call for proposals on enabling large-scale sovereign AI data centers ran from January 15 to February 15, 2026. A call for proposal is one side of the government procurement process, but other industries do it. It's like I guess it's like request for proposal, RFQs down here, or quotes. There's the RFP and the RFQ, I think it is. The Government of Canada is engaging with proponents of promising projects to explore collaborative opportunities in the future. No funding has yet been committed or distributed. All right, so that's one thing that Ricky wanted you to see. The other one's the same. The other one is the same. So we read it. Thank you, Ricky. That's helpful to everybody. Joe Marty. Hey, Bill, hope the trip yeah, there was a great trip. It was a great trip. Spent time, met great people, and I just got a little tired from last night, but it was a great trip. And I think it's going to be good for everybody. Picked up 13,600 cash cows. Wow, Joe Marty. That's a huge position. 280,000. Awesome. Good job. I like how you're doing it. You're doing it. I don't have that courage because I really think the break could come at any time. But you're spacing it out so you get a blended price. That's very professional. Justin Babish, why did I get an alert that Railtown's price is dropping at the exact same time you started your live today? And why did that guy come on that's works for the shorts? I agree. I agree. Ricky Brogan. Look, Justin, two things. They try to make money any way they can, even if it's in an hour's worth of trading or 10 minutes or a day or 10 days. They don't care about the fundamentals. This is not an investment for them. This is a churning process to steal money from North American investors. That's all it is. It's approved by the attorneys. It's approved by the lobbyists. It's approved by the governments. It's approved by the banks, and it's even approved by your brokerage firms. That's just how it is. But this one, Railtown never took a toxic financing, so it's not going to work. But it works in the short run. So that's number one. Number two, we're coming to the end not only of a month, we're coming to the end of a quarter. And it's important in that context to realize that they will pressure the stock. Look, there's no buying other than we few, we happy few, we band of brothers. There's no buying. There can't be buying. It's still in a material, non-public information blackout. And most bigger, small institutions don't even look at stocks down at this price. So there's this period of time where nobody's really paying attention. But everything's going grand at the company as far as I know. So at some point, reality is going to catch up with the price of this stock. Just hasn't happened yet. The other thing is, and maybe it's part of this bit anyway, my other main point is that the end of the quarter's coming, the end of the month is coming, and these criminals need to get their prices down so the stock they borrowed, the accounts where they haven't delivered, and their clients, and they're sharing the profit with the very hedge funds that you invest in, all of us do, so they can work out how they get paid. So that's what happens. Ricky Brogan, Joe Marty, congratulations. Ricky Brogan, E. Belanger, congratulations. Joe Marty. Also, Bill, end of second quarter is end of June, not May. Oh. Are you pointing out that I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer? Let me write that out. January, February, March, April, May, June. You're right. You're right. Okay, sorry. So we're still in the middle of the second quarter. Actually, that's a pretty strong case that something could happen in May because that is the middle of the second quarter. That still is a significant time frame. And if they have that conference in June in, did you say Taiwan? June 1? And then if Railtown also has earnings, I would have thought May 15th is the time frame because it's normally 45 days after the end of a quarter, but maybe it stretches to June. But anyway, that all augurs well. I think that at least there's a possibility something will happen over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Who knows? Joe Marty, just don't want people to get false. You're right. Thank you. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking. It's not the end of the quarter. This too. Thank you very much, Joe Marty. I appreciate it. E. Belanger, Montreal, Quebec, home of the Montreal Canadian Hockey Club. Oh, that's great. It's also got, I think, one of the most beautiful churches I've ever seen. I forget what it was called. Is it a cathedral? I can't remember, but it's just gorgeous inside. But Montreal is very lovely city. E. Belanger, Montreal. Silver Skyrocket. Hello, William. Hello again. Hello. Just called to say hello. I think about you every night. You're there alone. I'm here at home. Hello. Well, Monday is Victoria Day in Canada, and the 25th is Memorial Day in the United States. And I just see my projection for Railtown that I must have made in maybe January. So my projection on May 22nd is Railtown could be $3.50 a share plus. So another projection that's wrong. Well, I suppose there's still a week to go. Silver Skyrocket. It's holiday in Canada on Monday. For your information, our markets are closed. That's very interesting. I wonder what you guys do. Well, you're in Texas, I think. Are our markets closed too? I think ours are the next week. But anyway, I wonder what happens after a 3-day weekend. Would that set up a situation where big announcements come? Maybe. Justin Babish, did you watch Tucker Carlson interview Kevin O'Leary, or however you spell it, about his upcoming data center? No, is it good? Ward Richardson. I will look that up, Justin. Lang Chain who? Oh, yeah, that's the company that uses the no stack approach. That's a good observation. The no stack approach. That's a very good observation. Ricky Brogan. So someone last night Google search. Ricky, looks like we have strong support at 30 cents on RT. I don't know. We're not day trading it, so I don't think it matters. whether it's 30 cents, 32 cents, 27 cents, it doesn't matter. To me, it's frustrating. It is frustrating, particularly when you're buying stock and you could have purchased more. But it's very difficult to pick the bottom. And I continue to bring to everyone's attention that when this is a projection, not a promise, but when the stock breaks, you're going to see why. I just feel like it's so important. Just own it and not futz around with getting, a few more shares at a lower price. I don't think, well, maybe it would have worked over the last couple of weeks, but I don't think when it breaks finally that there's going to be any time to accumulate, and you're going to see what I'm trying to avoid people experiencing. But yeah, to me the support is much more broad. Anywhere from 25 cents to 50 cents is the broad support range. Compared to where this thing's going to be, possibly in a matter of days, but more likely a matter of weeks, and more carefully or for more conservative planning reasons, a matter of months. Justin Babish, William, please stop retelling the horrible stories about the old stupid tickers that we don't follow anymore. It takes so much time. It's fair enough. But when these people come on, they want an update. And I don't know if as I was going through it, I was starting to think that guy was just a shill. But as I started, I wasn't sure. But I appreciate that. There's no reason to talk about them. There's no reason to update them. There's no reason to own them as compared to Railtown. Thank you for your advice, Justin. Ricky Brogan, please read my text or email from yesterday. It's about the Canadian government and Telus. Yes, this is very important. It's not particularly new, but it's there again in strong, as I just read, in very bold print, that Canada is putting the full weight of the government behind AI, while the United States puts the full weight of its power behind Netanyahu. Ricky Brogan, it wasn't lid. It wasn't. It wasn't old when I first sent it to you. No. I'm not talking about the several days here, but this Canada government supporting sovereign. This has been going on. I mean, this is at least a year or two old. I would say it's more like 5 or 10 years old. I've read the Canadian websites to everybody, and I've tried to show, maybe it was before you were following it, but it's a great point, Ricky, that the government is marshaling the universities, the think tanks, the capital, the utilities, energy, all around a big idea, which is to make Canada an economic superpower in the next decades and centuries, simply by taking the bounty of Canada's energy, the bounty of its water too, I suppose, the cool air, and its smart people, its great education, and frankly, the free ride it gets in defense by being a neighbor of the United States. They don't have to pay anything for defense. They're going to because they're nearly socialist, nearly communist, they don't mind having a government plan or blueprint, which I think makes sense myself, so that companies build around that. And there's a strategy. Here in the United States, we just go quarter to quarter, how much money you're going to make, what does the Israeli lobby want us to do in the Middle East, who do you want us to bomb? And that's the extent of our planning. And it's whatever the banks want, whatever the mercenaries want, whatever the arms dealers want, whatever the drug companies want, whatever big agriculture wants. It's all driven by quarterly profits. The big agglomerators of capital drive our government. And frankly, it's a really bad strategy. China has the red communist government on top. They listen to scientists. They listen to the clues the earth is giving. They understand that energy is going to get expensive. For 40 some years, they've gotten the benefit of being a member of WHO and getting the developing nation help, but they've also made the strategy of working around the world, locking down resources, building an alternative transport system, staying out of wars, staying out of idiotic conflicts. I suppose they have some at the Tibetan border, and there's one other place, the Kigurs or something. And then those fallen. Anyway, there are some things they're doing in their orbit. And it's yet to be proven that over the long haul, that long border that Russia has with China and Mongolia is going to be friendly. But for now, we've driven them. Victoria Nuland, the genius woman that now is a professor at Columbia, and her husband, Robert Kagan, just neocon. And her sister, or his sister, her sister-in-law runs one of the think tanks here. It's all about war, bomb, kill. It's all on behalf of Zionism. It's dead end. China is building high-speed trains, airports. They overbuilt cities, okay, but they're making some mistakes, but they're doing some correct things. My memory is they're producing 50% of the world's automobiles, and they're building automobiles that can sell for $20,000. What do you think the developing economies around the world, what do you think they're looking for? 150,000 Ford Rangers, or are they looking for $20,000 cars or less? As the rest of the world, young populations around the world start driving like we do, there's not enough oil, there's not enough gasoline. I was just down in Texas. Everybody drives everywhere. It's fantasy land. It's not going to last, but I guess it'll last for another period of time, but it'll last till the oil is dear or gone. But my point is Canada and China, but Canada is not communist, but Canada to an extent has the gift of making a national plan that then the capitalists can follow. That's what the communist Chinese do. It's communism at the top, capitalism in the middle. Now, they got some problems. I don't think their population is as big as they say. I think they have water issues and pollution issues and debt issues. But you know what? They probably have the most gold in the world. and the most silver. And a lot of things I've been telling you, everybody's talking about now. Like, for example, that gold and silver is moving east. And that's for sure. That's for sure. Um, uh, anyway, uh, I think it is a blessing for Canada to be able to have a blueprint for development of their AI strategy and their linking it to energy. And I think Canada can be an economic powerhouse in the next uh, iteration of the world. And I hope we're still in the game, but man, we're just we're going through a period of time where we see no role for government. This is why I think Reagan was a horrible president. And we're just seeing out that game to where our government isn't really functioning. We have corruption everywhere, war everywhere. Nobody trusts the medicines that are forced on us. And we have the DIA and these insane ideas that that we can't define the sexes. I mean, but we're going to go down that road. So Canada doesn't have many of those problems. They have a focus. How do we turn? It boils down to this. We can sell our energy to the United States or to China at prevailing rates. We can sell our natural gas at $2, $3 an MCF. We can sell our oil at it's all this sludgy stuff. Let's say at $60 a barrel, not at 100. I don't know what. I didn't look up the price. And then we just live our lives. Or we can use that energy and we can put it in data centers. And when it comes out the other end as a finished product in AI, we're actually selling our oil for $300 a barrel. We're selling our gas at $15, $20 an MCF. Because we're not just selling the raw material, we're turning it into the finished product, which is information. It's AI. And they're also doing that with AI. Rather than just create the new, highly intelligent, highly trained foot soldiers of AI and technology that go to California and Austin and elsewhere, even the financiers. And so we train them, we build them, but the benefit goes to the United States. Why don't we keep it inside Canada? And they're doing that. The government, Ricky, it's not new. It's been a strategy, which I've shared here, which probably started at least 5 years, if not a decade ago. And we're finally seeing the results of it. They don't do things slapdash like we do here. Oh, there's a crisis. Well, we better turn it on. We're bombing so much. I used to make fun of Obama we bombed so much on behalf of Israel. We bombed so much, or on behalf of the city. I don't know who leads it, the city of London or our own banks. But we bombed so much under Obama that we ran out of bombs more than once. And he got a Nobel Peace Prize. He's the only president in history who was at war every single day of 2 terms. But he got a Peace Prize. But now we're doing it, I don't know. We just do everything pell-mell. We can't even hold an honest election. The newspapers say that Donald Trump is questioning the 2020 election, but it wasn't right. I watched it. We're not allowed to talk about what we see in front of our eyes. Well, I don't understand it, but the United States wants to crash into a brick wall. But in that in this 40-year period, this Reaganism, big government is the problem. The 7 worst, scariest words in the English language. Hello, I'm here from the government. I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. Well, there you go again. All that idiocy of Reaganism, in my opinion, set us down a path. China didn't take that path. They took their government seriously. They took their education seriously. They took building out their economic might seriously. They built out a plan. Well, Canada's doing that same thing. And yes, we're seeing now that TELUS is building out Kamloops, and I appreciate it, Ricky. But whether it's 3 days old or a day old, that's not my point. This cooperation is one of the reasons to invest in Railtown, and it's been ever thus since the time I made the recommendation. It is, and I do appreciate the calling to the attention that it's a whole new data center. I appreciate everybody here pointing out that the Rimouski data center sold out. I still push back on it. I think they just sold out a module, but I don't know. The headlines say it's all sold out. I don't know. So I'm not going to fight it, but Kamloops was always next, and the Canadian government is helping, along with these top people in Canada, to create sovereign AI, to keep the benefit of energy and the benefit of their universities and their training and their technology companies in Canada. That's one of the key theories, one of the key wind is behind the back of Railtown as an investment. It's one of the core pillars of why investing in Railtown is better than, as Justin called it, I forget what he called it, all these, let me see what he called it, horrible stories about the stupid tickers. He's right. All those other stupid tickers. What separates Railtown, not only is the technology real, not only they didn't take any toxic financing, they're fully funded for now. They're in an industry that's both revolutionary and necessary, because all software is going to be replaced with AI software, all of it, or you're going to lose your standing. And then that's at the business level. At the company level, it's becoming critical in terms of defense. It's going to be part of all the weaponry. I don't know if you heard at the beginning of this, the Soviets have a bomb that can wipe out a country, one bomb. They have a bomb they can drop on the East Coast, wipe out the whole East Coast. What the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing? Can we win in the AI race? We're going to sell our oil to China. That's apparently the big breakthrough. We're selling our LNG to Europe. That's the big breakthrough. To me, we need it for our data centers. And we need it to rebuild our infrastructure. And we need it to rebuild our cities and towns as walking, getting in preparation for a time when gasoline is $15, $20 a gallon or higher. But anyway, Ricky, it's not old. That's not the sense. It's new. And I appreciate that you're highlighting how important Canada's support for AI is. But that's been one of the themes of why to invest in AI in general, particularly in Canada, but specifically in Railtown. Unknown Stuntman. Hi, Uncle Bill. Ricky Brogan. I meant to say this news wasn't old when I first sent it to you. All right. I appreciate that. Fractions of Jupiter. Why don't you collaborate with Lion of all trades anymore? I haven't seen him lately here. Did you have a fracture of that partnership? We weren't ever partners. Don't, you know what? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this answer, but you're trying to create facts that don't exist. I like Lion of all trades, and I did have him on here. He knows how to do this kind of thing, but I think it just bored him that I was following one stock. That's my opinion. But I think he's I'm trying to think the other person's name. But if I were managing, like you maybe are doing, an account, I'd stay in touch with Lion of all trades. I love, you can have a fundamental story and you can have what you think it's worth and you think the stock is cheap. Like right now, Lion of all trades might have said, don't try to buy Railtown at 32 cents. It'll be 31 cents shortly. That kind of exactness comes from technological trading. Technical trading. And he's great for that. And I think if any of you want to be day traders, if any of you want to be what's called swing traders, you should definitely use Lion of all trades. And he's more than welcome here. So I'm going to leave it at that. Fractions of Jupiter. Bob S., congratulations to all of you for adding at these prices. Good job, Bob. I added, what does that say? Okay, I misread it. That's incredible, Bob. 14,500. That's amazing, Bob. Congratulations. Pat M., I was before Donna's post, just saying hello to all. Okay. Cool. How are you, Pat? Neil Gondik. All right, here's Neil. Neil, like Ward, like Eric, like a couple of more people here, really seems to understand the story, but on a deeper strength than I do. Neil Gondek, hi everyone. Again, Railtown held up quite nicely with a solid floor put in at 42 to 47 cents Canadian. Billions are being spent on AI infrastructure. CapEx to develop or be left behind. The numbers are staggering. This is true. And when you read about even this guy, Jeremy Grantham, people who were negative on AI and it's a bubble, they're usually talking about the data centers. But in the case of Railtown, if you've put tens of billions, hundreds of billions into building data centers, and you've purchased the chips, and you've leased the large language model, and you've got the right energy component, and you've got all the wires going out, you need customers to want to use your data center. And you've got to turn that silicon chip and that large language model and that energy into a useful product. My contention is they can't do it without Railtown. Now, if you want to be negative, Railtown's taken so long. Other technologies have bypassed them. Things move at the speed of light, and they've already missed, and that's why the stock's here. I don't buy that. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think Railtown really stepped into good opportunity by becoming, that I believe, of course, we have to find out, the de facto layer for orchestration, the de facto harness, the de facto real-time ingestion engine, and other names that they're calling this part of the stack. And by the way, it's all in the stack. It interferes or aids the entire thing to allow the stack to create. I think the best way of looking at it is when we used to go buy software, you pull it out of the box, you unwrap it, and you put the CD in or that little disc thing in, and it just worked beautifully. I think for this big data center, this big blob of computer to work brilliantly, it needs Railtown. And I think we're about to find that out. All right, so Neil Grondek, everyone again, Railtown held up nicely. Billions are being spent on AI infrastructure, CapEx to develop or be left behind. The numbers are staggering. Neil Gondek, Railtown has revenue from Telus and others, with shares being bought at close to 53 cents Canadian. Rumors have CB, Charlie Brown, Corey Brandolini can hardly wait to smoke them all. Well, he's a gentleman. I love hearing that fight, though. They may be accumulated at this level. All right, doesn't continue. So yes, Neil's correct. And this is the strangest of all setups with Railtown. You're able to buy massive positions. I mean, it's not a lot of money. I grant that. To many of you, it's not a lot of money. To some of you, it is a lot of money. To me, it's a lot of money. But let's say you're able to buy a Donna position, 100,000 or more shares of Railtown. Right now, it's costing you. It is a lot of money. It's costing you a used vehicle or a semester at college to learn about gender studies, or there are some cruises that cost that much. It's the cost maybe of a I don't know, it's probably not anymore, the cost of a mother-in-law bathroom put in to create a mother-in-law suite. I mean, it's real money, but you're paying about 35 grand US to buy 100,000 shares of Railtown. And that's the thing, we don't know, but as soon as next week, or maybe as long as September or longer, we just don't know. When Railtown is $3.50 and maybe $35 a share, which is what I think $35 is an easily achievable price for Railtown stock if it's standalone. Well, that's 100 times on your money from here. That 35 grand becomes $3.5 million. Well, I don't know, number one, how many of you have $3.5 million. So if you want to wait till the stock is 35, but I think even at that point, to make the decision to buy the stock at 35, I think few people would put $3.5 million in at that time to buy 100,000 shares personally. But you might. But the funny thing is, I don't think the stock will be available. I mean, you might be able to trade into it, over a period of time. Now, institutions may buy it there. So it's a weird thing. You can buy huge positions now, what I've taken to calling the heaviness. If we use the word shorting, they laugh at us. And there's all sorts of academic research that shorting cleanses the market and all that malarkey. But to recognize that it's more than just shorting. It is an organized mafia or an organized group of men that have set out to do this, and they've incrementally increased the ability and the safety of their theft, and they've increased the leverage of the system. They've gone so far to make an entire class of stock uninvestable. So they get to play. It's an amazing transformation. I don't think any other country in the world would allow it, except where we have our power. And it's only going to take China or Russia, or maybe India, or maybe Saudi Arabia, or Iran, to create and they already have done this. I've told you they're doing with the Shanghai exchange. But as soon as they create an exchange that trades honestly, Western financial system is going to implode. It's kind of frightening. Ricky Brogan, this Telus news is a good way for RT to get in the governments of Canada. Yes, it is. And I guess I'm giving it short shrift, and I shouldn't. But Ricky, this has been a foundational argument for investing in Railtown for over a year, and I've brought it up many times. But it's good to be reminded of it, and that certainly was a powerful announcement, primarily because it sounds like there's 3 or 4 or 5 data centers coming in under the Telus name. And if Railtown's in their, which it is, in their stack, this is going to be projectable revenue. Canada, to repeat myself, Canada is fully supporting the there's a word for it, but fully supporting the nation building of Canada and blocking everybody out. So, and you know, Canada's not a small economic country now. But that's one of the biggest reasons that Railtown stands out against, you know, other companies, as Justin accurately calls on the stupid tickers. Neil Gondik, you're right, Bill. They will be reporting. Wow, look at this. Neil Gondik, you're right, Bill. They will be reporting. Government grants, rail can be awarded and or contracts. Yes, the Habs looks good for East Conference finals. That's hockey chat. Oh, my team is from what's a Hab? So that's hockey. My brother loves hockey. The only hockey, 2 hockey matches I went in my life. I saw the Capitals play here, and it was, I have to admit, it was exciting. They played somebody, and that was maybe within the last 3-4 years. That I enjoyed it, but I didn't understand it. It's all going so quickly. It's all loud, but I enjoyed it. The other hockey match, or whatever you call it, I watched was, I can't remember if it was in Prague or Moscow. I think it was in Prague, but I could be wrong. But I watched one of the, Soviet teams play maybe Canada, but it might have been the United States. I was a kid. I just remember mostly all the excitement. Joe Marty, Ricky, I think rail is already on the government's radar from Ruffalo and Corey. Yeah, I think that's right. But I think Ricky's pointing out something that's important. Railtown isn't just a micro cap stock struggling against the heaviness and trying to raise funding and trying to break through with its message. It was going out there and telling its story. It ran into Ruffalo, it ran into the AIP group, and all of that accumulated knowledge and financial acumen in Canada, and they said, buy us. I mean, that's huge. And then they ran into Telus, and so their campaign to go from, they're still doing it to their credit, but from going from conference to meet a client at a time, it changed to, we're going to be the layer on the sovereign AI data stack at Telus, a Canadian company using Canadian energy, probably going to use the Canadian large language model. Yes, using NVIDIA, but NVIDIA working very closely to be neutral and to be sovereign. And then some of these other technology companies layering in, like FireIX, which they either bought or created themselves, all Canadian. And what is Railtown? Is it Palo Alto? Is it Austin, Texas? Is Railtown Fairfax, Virginia? Is Railtown London, Frankfurt? Where is Railtown based? Canada. So anyway, it's a big part. It's a big part of the story, and has been. But I think Ricky's right to get excited with that news, because it pointed out, which I still question, but it pointed out that Rimouski was sold out. And now they're on to their next data centers. That's just Telus. If Railtown's there, it's not going to take much for an analyst to figure out what the revenue is going to be. Rick Brogan, my YouTube keeps freezing on me. I'm on X again, so we still expect quarterly results around the first week in June. Well, that's what I just learned. I just learned when the end of the second quarter is. Typically, earnings come out 45 days at most after the end of a quarter. So the Railtown's second quarter ended on March, 31st. 15 days from that's April 15th. Sometimes it comes out then. 30 days is end of April. Sometimes it comes out then. But most of the time, particularly if you're playing for time, comes out 45 days. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Railtown earnings anywhere from today to the first week of June. But yes, somebody put out there that I just read it to you, but you probably missed it. The Google found somebody that said June 2nd. So we'll find out. June 2nd is, 2 weeks away, and it's a Tuesday. So, that's not bad. That's not much of a wait. It's not much of a wait. Neil Gondek. Maybe the Victoria Day holiday in Canada. Projections for price is not easily determined right now. Rail needs money on the books for sales partners and licenses. Let's see what happens with the investment. Neil Gondek, this is great that you have this ingrained memory. September 24, which is probably when I first blurted out the name here, September, October of 24. Rail was 54 cents Canadian. The company should secure revenue plus the 200 AIP database universe, sovereign ecosystem globally, finance, health, education, control, and protect our database. Yes. I would just point out that when you bought the stock at 54 cents 2 years ago, or whatever that is, 2.5 years ago, is that right? Or is that 1.5 years ago? Anyway, when you bought it, they didn't have AIP. They didn't have Telus. They didn't, the whole AI space was focused on large language models and chat GPT. The whole space is now focused on the area that I think two geniuses, Marwan and Corey, saw in advance. And they had already gone and claimed that space, and they created soup to nuts, I think, the best tool out there. And I don't think anyone matches it, but I don't know. See, that's my weakness. I'm not an engineer. So we'll find out. But I don't think the delays mean that it could be that somebody's coming up with alternatives, but it's such a huge market that there's plenty of room. You know, when you drive down the highway, you see Lincolns, you see Cadillacs, you see Lexus, you see whatever happened to the Q or the that other one. You see what's that? Hyundai has one out, and you know, you see BMW, Mercedes, and anyway, the market's big. And that's how it might be here. But I still think Railtown is the first and best. We don't have evidence of that yet. But I think when it comes out, if I'm right, and I'm not, by the way, it's not about me. I'm just taking responsibility for that call. Other people have taught me that. But and I'm not blaming. Anyway, you know where I'm coming from. The oh my gosh moment is going to hit, and Railtown could be a lot higher. And it'll be interesting, Neil. According to Tom Ronk, we were somewhere between 50 and 60 million shares sold under the Reg Show exemption about 9 or 10 months ago in the United States. That doesn't account for hiding the trades, moving them offshore, closing them out. You know, so there's no transparency. And Wagner wants to make sure there's no transparency. Everything else in this world can be traced except for shares. It's amazing. But anyway, Neil, he doesn't have any data for Canada. So, I mean, it's a Canadian company. It wouldn't be far-fetched to double that number and say the entire float has been sold by the heaviness in hypothecated and rehypothecated shares into everybody's accounts as security entitlements. And to quote you, as you were quoting Corey, yeah, they could smoke those shorts. Well, I hope not. But man, it's going to bring up a whole nother, we'll probably have to have more than one video talking about it, because everybody's going to have to make their own decision where to sell in a squeeze, considering that you might not be able to buy the position back, considering taxes. Anyway, we don't have to talk about it now. Rick Brogan, Canada has over 550 hydroelectric power facilities spread across the country, which account for about 60% of the nation's total electric generation. With this infrastructure, I don't see the rest of that. We'll get there. Justin Babish. Actually, the Tucker and Kevin O'Leary interview was not too good at all. But Kevin said the big push to build AI is to beat China and everyone. Also, USA plus Canada should join together. Well, I think, Justin, whether or not Canada and the United States join together, I really believe the future of the world is going to be major powers and their red lines. It'll be China and all of Southeast Asia, Taiwan. The problem is Japan, but probably, and the Philippines, but probably China will have sway in that part of the world and up in Asia into the Middle East. And everywhere else they've built their economic strength. The United States, I think, is going to pull back to North America. That means Mexico, Cuba, Greenland, and probably Canada. But it doesn't matter. Canada will be the sphere of influence. I do believe Greenland and Alaska will bookend Canada. And Canada doesn't defend itself. We do. So, yeah, I don't know if it'll actually be a combo. I'm not sure the United States is going to stay as one country. We're just pulling apart at the seams. You go down to Dallas. I came back here. It's totally different. Down in Dallas, everybody you talk to is nice. You see them, they're gigantic. And you thought, oh my God, this guy's going to be a jerk. He's not a jerk at all. Or you see a young, beautiful woman and you think, oh, she's going to have an attitude. No attitude at all. You see some family that you figure, well, the husband's going to be all protective, that you shouldn't be trying to talk to the wife, whatever. Not at all. Everyone's open and friendly. You get in a cab and somebody's from, I didn't get into any cabs, but what's a good example? You get somebody behind the counter is from India. Up here, you're not, well, usually they're friendly, but up here, you don't know. Down there, everybody's totally friendly. Everybody, I swear, I personally, despite what the Democrats say, I don't think anyone in Texas sees race, sees Democrat, Republican. I just think they all feel blessed to be in the United States, and they all treat each other extremely well. I just come up here and it's different. It's different. There are a lot of good people here, but then you get the blank stares when you say good morning, or it's just not the same. And anyway, I don't know what that meant about Canada and the United States, but hopefully we'll pull back together and we can all build our future. I don't know where Europe ends up. I don't know where Japan ends up. Maybe the United States reach is into Europe and Japan, as well. But Russia, I think, has a huge head start on the Middle East now because Russia has the weapons. I think what happened with this recent adventure in the Middle East, we don't have the weapons. And Russia does. So I think the Middle East is going to change. And anyway, it's hard to predict how it all shake out. But I think it's pretty clear that North America will be an economic zone and probably will go down into South America as well. But China's already there while we're bombing deserts and assaulting mountains on behalf of, I don't know, 2 or 3 million people that are Zionists in the world. I don't know. Certainly the radical part of the Israeli government. But you watch some videos and it's like 40, 50, 60% of the population agrees with it. And you watch Huckabee talk about how Iranians dehumanize people. You should listen to some interviews of some Israelis talk about Palestinians. I mean, it's kind of frightening, but let's move on. Rick Brogan, I'm sorry I got all excited on that. Why? No, you don't have to be sorry. I apologize for being, maybe I didn't come across the right way. It's not new news, but it is exciting that it's in the paper. You need that confirmation and that momentum in the paper talking about revenues. Research analysts will see it. Hyperscalers will see it. And you're exactly right, Ricky, to call attention that if the government is backing Telus, and you've got to think they're thinking about Rogers Communications and Uniserve and Bell Canada, that it's going to redound magnificently to Railtown. You're putting the pieces together brilliantly, and you should be excited. You should be excited, and I appreciate that you pointed it out. But I don't know. I guess the jerk in me just wanted to say that it's not a new phenomena, and I shouldn't have been a jerk. Neil Gondek, the fact Telus embracing Rails software gives us a good chance to absorb the AI revolution. Yes, that's true. There's a lot of CapEx, so they can stay on top of that. The numbers are 200 to 400 billion for 2026. So that's the CapEx in Canada. I don't know how to break that down for revenue for Railtown. Because that build out part, Railtown's only part of that CapEx. Where Railtown shines is when all of the AI companies and other customers start using what's provided by the data center. That CapEx, Railtown's going to, I think, get a big part of that. And it'll be growing. It'll be agent to agent. That's where agentic comes from. And it'll be nearly 100%, if not 100% revenue, margin. And it'll be growing. So it's really exciting. And Neil, I'm not sure I'm understanding your figure. If I'm wrong, I'm not trying to be wrong, to misrepresent it. But if they're spending 200 to 400 billion this year to build out data centers, if that's what this means, it's just all the more incentive to make sure you've got the correct orchestration, conductor, real-time ingestion, harness, whatever you want to call it, layer, framework layer making sure that product generates revenue. Because how are you going to make your money back if you have a, faulty delivery system? All right, let's keep going. Rick Brogan, yes, an RT can operate cheaper on hydro. Exactly. I think you're becoming a Wall Street analyst. This is critical. Not only are there efficiencies with energy, there's efficiencies that Railtown brings as well. So the cost of compute goes down and the productivity of compute goes way up. And this is a sale, and it's sovereign. It's away from Trump. It's away from the CIA. It's away from, can't remember all the names, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, I guess, Gates. Is Gates still there? Anyway, it's away from the United States. So this is a product that Canada can sell to the rest of the world, and you're getting it. You're exactly right. It'll be cheaper and more productive. And another word for sovereign is, I guess, secure. Seven, New York has over 160 utility scale hydroelectric power plants. These facilities, ranging from massive state-run dams to small municipal waterways, collectively make New York the largest producer of hydroelectric electricity in the United States, east of the Rocky Mountains. I didn't know that. I would have guessed. I mean, I might have guessed it because of Niagara Falls. But I might have also guessed, well, New York's so big, but they have a lot of hydroelectric in New England too. That's really fascinating. Ricky Brogan, Joe Marty, thank you. Neil Gondek. So much development since 2024. They are looking where the puck is going. I know, that's right. Hockey chat. You pass, you go where, yes. It's all profit. Just hard wire rail into the hyperscalers data centers. Railtown has passed the lithium. Rick Brogan. Location generation. Hydroelectric stations are located in all provinces and territories except Prince Edward Island and Nunavut. Major producers, the largest facilities are concentrated in Quebec, British Columbia, Manitoba, Ontario, and Newfoundland, and Labrador, two great dogs. Major projects include 5,616 megawatt Robert Barussa station in Quebec and the 5,428 megawatt Churchill Falls project in Labrador. Output. As of 2022, hydro stations generate 393,789 gigawatt hours annually. Sounds like a lot. BC operates 31 hydroelectric generating stations and over 300 substations across British Columbia. These facilities provide over 95% of the province's electricity. In addition to BC Hydro, Fortis BC operates 4 facilities on the Kootenay River. There are also dozens of independent run-of-the-river projects supplying the grid. Rick Brogan, was TELUS ever owned by the government of Canada? I don't know if it was owned by them, but I think the utilities were far more regulated. You could Google it, but I do think there may have been a Thatcherite moment, or it's just that they've evolved to be more capitalistic. I think that TELUS is going to become. I think TELUS, to use Neil's quote, kind of predicted where the puck was going to be. Certainly, Railtown did that. They figured out which stadium the match was going to play and where the puck was going to be. But I think TELUS really may combine energy and AI and compute power all within the rubric of the Canadian sovereign data center AI strategy, which is government, university, and business. And yeah, I think it may have been owned by the government, but I think it's all changed now. So, Justin Babish, they do have customers around the world. I removed Dr. Kaur talking about AIP companies having offices and customers in a double-digit number of countries. Or you remember Dr. Kaur. Yeah, they do. They already have a lot of customers around the world, and I think that's going to grow. Let's go back quickly to Neil. So much development since 24. They are looking where the puck is going. It's all profit. Just hardwire rail into the hyperscalers / data centers. Railtown is past the I wonder if what you mean is Railtown is passed through, like talking about the human body, the brain barrier, right? Like it's passed through the barrier and it's now embedded in these data centers. So the hard part has already happened. I don't know if that's what you meant. I don't see the rest of your comment. Rick Brogan, okay, I Googled it. Rick Brogan, TELUS was never owned by the federal government of Canada, but its predecessor, Alberta Government Telephones, was a provincial crown corporation owned by the government of Alberta. The company transitioned and only uses gender-neutral restrooms. It went into the private sector through a phased privatization process initiated by Alberta. All right. I think it's all very exciting, as you know. I can't believe this book I'm reading. I'm almost done. He takes a lot of credit for calling all this, but a lot of what he's saying is the things I used to talk about. I've told you I can't talk about hockey or golf or football, but I just want to talk. Let's see how long this is. It's just about, I don't know, 5 pages. I'll try to just limit to without going too far. And I'm starting. I'm skipping a whole lot of buildup too. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. He studied economics as I did, and I think he did, and he ridicules some of it as I do. As I do. I'm getting a lot of these shills, and going to Neil's point, I don't know if Corey is looking forward to smoking the bastards. They might be feeling pressure. I don't know. But let me. One thing I want to get in people's minds is what's coming, and what this jaunt into the Middle East is going to cause is an awareness of it. It just makes it happen more quickly. Trump is one of the big disruptors, a catalyst. He likes to move, shake it up, get to the point. So we're going to get to the point. So anyway, this is Jeremy Grantham on page 309. Time to wake up. Until 2011, occasional references to green issues and other long-term problems in my quarterly letters did not spark great interest from my readership, which, as I have said, was interested in my thoughts on the investment climate rather than the actual climate. This changed in April of that year when Jamie and I had our first breakout hit with a piece entitled, quote, "Time to Wake Up. Days of abundant resources and falling prices are over," unquote. This letter pointed out and this is, I mean, I love seeing this. This is my argument for 20 some years. No one would listen, but I don't have his reach. The letter pointed out that since 1800, the world's population had surged from 800 million to 7 billion, on its way to an estimated 8 billion at minimum. This rise in population, the tenfold increase in wealth in developed countries, and the explosive growth in developing countries, notably the utterly unprecedented 50-fold increase in China's GDP over 40 years. All of these were eating rapidly into our finite resources of hydrocarbons, ores, fertilizer, available land, and water. It was evident this was having a huge impact on commodity prices. In the 100 years until 2002, the prices of all important commodities except oil had declined by an average of 70%. Yet, after 2002, This entire decline had been erased by a bigger surge in commodity prices than that which occurred in World War II. Mrs. Market, I wrote, not Mr. Market, is sending us the mother of all price signals. This is at the turn of this century. And commodity cycles occurred not quarterly, they're generational. The price of oil had undergone a paradigm shift during the OPEC and oil embargo of the 1970s. Studying the data, it looked as if oil had undergone a second paradigm shift around 2003. It was this shift that caused my formerly impregnable faith in mean reversion to break. He always thinks things circle around the mean. I had always admitted that paradigm shifts were theoretically possible, but with oil, I had finally met one nose to nose. It did two things. First, it set me to thinking about why this paradigm shift felt so different to the false ones claimed in the past. Second, it opened my eyes to the probability that other paradigm shifts would likely come along sooner or later. If we were running out of low-cost oil, do you hear this? If we were running out of low-cost oil, I asked myself, why should we not run out of other finite resources? Exactly. And remember, as that happens, growth disappears and the bond market is obliterated. And the bond market is so much bigger than the stock market. And what I'm suggesting to you is this decision to show that basically we can't protect the royal family. It's just going to accelerate a lot of the awareness by the financial markets, exactly as Jeremy Grantham put it, that the paradigm shift in 2003 if we were running out of low-cost oil, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. The Permian Basin hit it for a while, but the rest of our lives, I'm not saying every single month, every single year, but for the rest of our lives, low-priced oil is going to be non-existent. Unless our population collapses, which it seems like it's going to. But even then, all the easy stuff has been taken. In other words, new oil supplies are going to cost more. I heard this weekend the break-even on most oil in the United States is somewhere around $65 a barrel. But that's not everywhere. All right, by 2011, a whole range of basic materials and agricultural products from copper to zinc were trading not at just 2 sigma, that means outside of the mean, but many sigmas were off the scale expensive. I described this as the great paradigm shift. With regards to metals, I observed that Ivan Glassenberg, head of the mining giant Glencore, had recently been quoted in the Financial Times describing how his firm operated in the Congo and Zambia. Quote, we took the nice, simple, easy stuff first from Australia. We took it from the US. We went to South America. Now we have to go to more remote places, unquote. That seemed to me like a pretty good description of an industry exiting the easy phase and entering the rising slope of permanently higher prices and higher operational risks. I predicted that price pressure, shortage of resources, and recurring supply bottlenecks would become a permanent feature of our lives. This is Jeremy Grantham. I predicted that price pressure, shortage of resources, and recurring supply bottlenecks would become a permanent feature of our lives, and that this would increasingly slow down the growth rate of the developed and developing world and put a severe burden on poor countries. However, I added a crucial caveat, quote, if China stumbles or if the weather is better than expected, this was 2011, a probability I would put at, say, 80%. So in other words, if weather's better than expected, then commodity prices will decline a lot. But if both events occur together, it will very probably break the market en masse, not unlike the financial collapse. In the end, China did stumble. Its demand for iron ore didn't just slow from 12 to 10, 8, 6% growth over a number of years, as normally happens. Demand growth went from 12% to 0% in 1 year. After which, for 3 years, Chinese demand for almost every commodity stagnated. The price of basic materials crashed. To cap it all, the weather then changed to be very favorable for grain for almost 3 years, although not so for almonds, etc., in California. I had warned that an abrupt change to favorable weather following the increased land use would cause us to drown in grain rather than rain. And that is what happened. It's a one-off. But the main point of the paper was not to deal with the short-term changes in supply and demand that the market, naturally enough, obsesses about. The market's all about short-term. It was to make the point that something long-term and important has changed. This was written in 2011 when he wrote this piece. The inevitable consequence of finite resources being challenged by compound growth had led to a new era in which scarcity would finally dominate. In the future, commodity prices would no longer be driven downwards by technology improvements as had happened in the past. If this were so, it would be one of the most consequential changes in human history. And that's what I say is coming. And I want you and me to be ready for it. The trouble is that commodities are very much oriented to short-term supply and demand. People don't ask what the outlook is for the next 10 years, like maybe a China, like maybe a Canada, like Russia. People don't ask that. People don't ask what the outlook is for the next 10 years in the commodity business. Price moves are fabulous, extreme, and rapid. And so they were. But soon enough, the prices of these things began to cover. Now back, it's this book's time frame now. By 2022, food prices, inflation adjusted, as measured by the UN, were back at a new high. The price of oil had rallied, and the price of half of the commodities were at highs, and the other half had recovered a heck of a long way. If you redrew the curve of commodity prices, you could see how far away it was from the old trend. Looking back, nearly 15 years later, I still believe this mother of all paradigm shifts has occurred, even though it may still take a while for this to be absolutely clear. There's still every sign that we are beginning to run out of key commodities. This is particularly the case when you look at the resources needed for the energy transition: copper, lithium, cobalt, nickel, and graphite that go into wind turbines and electric vehicles, which we ridicule here. But anyway, there isn't even a quarter or sometimes a tenth of what is needed with current technology, given our objective to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. So his baseline on commodities was the beginning of the 1900s. And for the first decade or so, commodities essentially traded flat, sometimes down, but they returned to the prices of the beginning of the last 100 years. Then World War I made commodities expensive. After World War I, there was a post-war depression and commodities collapsed. And then they rallied, but they never got back to the level of the beginning of the century. Then they collapsed during the Great Depression. Then they rallied a little bit, but they never got back to what the commodity prices were in the beginning of the 1900s. Then the Great Depression Part 2, it fell, but not quite as low. And then it took until 1950 for commodities to break through what they were in the early 1900s and go to highs, as high as World War I. He calls it the World War II effect. And then from 1950 all the way to 1973, commodity prices fell. Maybe 72. And then you had OPEC. And so you had the inflationary oil shock, and commodity prices went back to the levels that commodities were at the beginning of the 1900s. Then they fluctuated around that level until the beginning of 1980. And then since about, I would say 82, until 2003 approximately, not only has the bond market rallied, the stock market rallied, real estate prices rallied, the economy grown, China's economy grown, feminism has exploded, fairness all around, the internet, TVs everywhere, etc. Everything you can think of has gotten bigger and better. But since 82, basically, all the way to 2003, commodity prices fell. And they reached their nadir, it looks like, in around 2002, 2003. And then we had a sharp rally, the great paradigm shift, sort of 2009, 2008. We had a crash, which was probably the effect of the great financial crisis. And then this chart stops at 2011. And those prices, the rally back was just back to the price levels, adjusted, of course, at the beginning of the 1900s. Although from an investment perspective, quote, time to wake up, unquote, was mistimed. It was my first piece of writing on environmental matters to reach a broad audience. It was, in fact, our one and only scoop. Well, to him, it was a scoop. No one else had made a clear claim. That's, again, he thinks that the resources game had changed forever. That's been my argument for a while. And I'm not taking credit for it. I just did a lot of study. The paper took on a life of its own and helped to put these issues onto the institutional agenda. It was downloaded several million times. That's a hell of a reach. And widely written up in the financial press, including The Economist, Barron's, and Business Insider, as well as in the non financial press, such as the New York Times and The Guardian. The paper also led to a lot of whining, and dining for Honey and me, that's his wife. Shortly after it appeared, I was invited to attend a conference of the OECD environment ministers at the organization's grand headquarters in Paris. At the end of my talk, the Secretary General, a delightful guy named Angel Guria, Angel Guria, was standing at the back of the seats lobbying me these softball questions. At the close of the summit the next morning, the Secretary General asked me to give my closing opinions. The only thing I remember was telling the ministers they were going to find a lot of pushback and would have to use all their influence with finance ministers and prime ministers to try to keep them focused on the real risks of climate change and resource limitations. If you get outmaneuvered, I said, make sure you at least resign emphatically. Most political leaders at the time were not interested in climate change. You must make them suffer for that and make it public, I advised. I was then at a talk at European Union in Brussels. I told the EU gathering that over the past 5 years, I had become a Malthusian, how I had been won over by the data and by the logic of the math. Quote, there's no such thing as sustainable growth, I said. You have to make a pick. You can have sustainability or you can have growth, but you can't have both, unquote. And that, my friends, is exactly right. And we can have a great life without growth. In the same few months, we were invited to a conference on the environment at Oxford, Rothschild and Clinton and Attenborough, the King of Wales. The King noticed our resources paper shortly after it appeared and saw its relevance to his own project on accounting for sustainability. The paper also features the threat to agriculture from soil erosion, another of his keen interests. The prince was admirably early and determined on biodiversity and climate change, and stuck to his position despite widespread mocking from the establishment, including countless cartoons of him speaking to flowers. He became one of the top 50 influential people, got a medal. He talked to Nobel Peace Prize in Kyoto. The title of my piece, published November 12, 2012, was Be Persuasive, Be Brave, Be Arrested, if necessary. My argument was that scientists need to get much more serious when writing up climate change. I'd have a dinner with these guys, and after a couple of glasses of wine, they'd all say how worried they were, how rapidly things were deteriorating, but this did not show up in their writing. There was no urgency being shared. I understood the dignity of science. Normally, in science, overstating things is dangerous, but with climate change, understating the issue is dangerous. Get out there, I pleaded, and say what you honestly think. I finished by saying, it is crucial that scientists take more career risks and sound a more realistic, more desperate note on the global warming problem. Younger scientists are obsessed by thoughts of tenure, so it's probably up to older, senior, and retired scientists to do the heavy lifting. Be arrested if necessary. This is not only the crisis of our lives, it is also the crisis of our species' existence. I implore you to be brave. All right, we can talk about the next part in another reading. But what I want to there's a theme to everything I'm trying to get across. And one of them is that there is going to be great dislocations in the future as everyone becomes aware of it, because things now just change so quickly. There'll be a panic. And that's why I have been focused on silver and oil and gas and gold. But here, it's why I'm focused on how you can make your account recover to its previous strength and get stronger by investing in Railtown. I do believe we have time, but we have to be ever vigilant that panics start for reasons we don't know. And so I want to make everyone here resilient for the panic. We can't change what's coming, whether we have differences of opinions or not. All I can help and do for myself, and maybe help you and you can do, is make sure that your health is strong, whatever your whatever you want to call it, your faith or your spirituality or your relationship with the universe or nature, whatever that aspect of life is, that's strong, that you live where you want to be living, because in the future, travel is going to be very expensive and it might be limited to the rich. And I think you want to start thinking about living where you can walk and where there's rail and maybe public transport and maybe harbors. But remember, I live in fear that one of those ice sheets is going to slide off the land, either in Greenland or in Antarctica. It doesn't have to melt, just has to float free. And like an ice cube, you know, if you have a cocktail, a gin and tonic, and you have ice cubes in it, and you're on a hot summer day, as the ice cubes melt, it increases the level of the liquid in the gin and tonic. But if some waitron comes up and says, "Sir, do you need a little more soda?" Sure. And he pours in some soda and it comes in all at once, it can overflow. And that's what can happen. Or he says, "You need more ice. He throws more ice cubes in and it can overflow. And that's what can happen. And I worry that a lot of the coastlines can disappear. So I don't know where you go to be in a port. To me, it would be not the low-lying ports, and maybe inland, maybe the Great Lakes or one of the rivers. But anyway, you got to think about if you need transportation, some of the cheaper alternatives, and you got to be good health and not worry about it. The sun will shine every day. Dogs will be happy. Um, birds will sing. It'll just be different. And I think AI is going to have a big role in that future to keep our lives uh, vibrant. But um, anyway, let me not go on about that. Justin Babish, my auto-corrected text is terrible. Need an AI agent. Don't worry about it. I try to figure it out. But you can see I'm sometimes quite dim-witted. I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to show you this, but I think it might have been David Morgan, but I think this is the guy. No, it isn't. Maybe it isn't, or maybe he's taken it off his list. But I remember telling you guys Intel, and it was one of the analysts I follow. It was one of their favorite picks at around $17, $18. And it doesn't look like if he had it, he's not bragging about it. So maybe it wasn't this guy, but we'll go over this maybe over the weekend. And I'm going to try to talk to Ward so I have a better idea of optimistic things to tell you about Railtown. I appreciate everything that Neil and Eric and Ricky brought up. And I didn't even know when the second quarter ended. You can see that I've been under, I don't know, just my mind's been elsewhere. So that actually leads me to believe if we're not coming to the end of the second quarter, which we're not, that gives me a lot of optimism that Telus / Railtown / other things can happen in the second quarter. Because you can, after Victoria Day or whatever it is, next week, you still have half the quarter to perform in. So that gives me optimism that we could start seeing things happen that cause an awareness of the story. The key theory behind the investment in Railtown, to me, is the stock's mispriced. It's mispriced because of the criminal nature of our markets. And I'm not going to bore you with that again. But it's a conspiracy. I don't think it's particularly widespread, but the effects of it are, and the blindness of everybody is widespread. But so on the one hand, you have that compression of price. You also don't, because of how bad, toxic the low price stocks are, you don't have any native buying or any interest. And then you also have what I refer to as a quiet period going on. So that explains to me the low price. On the other hand, the good news, some people know, but they can't buy. But also there's so much, potentially, there's so much good news that it's being kept quiet by the company. They have to, by the way, from a regulatory standpoint, until whatever it is finalized and material. But they also have to, from a business standpoint. You don't want to go out and give away your wins before you've locked them down. So they also might just be really busy, But anyway, so the story hasn't gotten out. You know it. And then on a macro level, as Ricky has done a good job of pointing out, the AI space has moved from AI 1.0, if we can call it that, which was basically all the computers in the world collecting all the data in the world and making it somewhat interesting to people, and a little bit of interface. AI 2.0, if we can call it that, became AI of everything, AI for everybody. And it's trying to turn that knowledge in the brain into the frontal lobe, I guess, is where we think. I don't know. Turn it into fingers moving, racing, thinking. And what it needed was a huge leap in computing power, a quantum leap in compute power, which, by the way, may get married with quantum computing. And you have two guys and their whole team who had the vision to see this coming. They also have done so much software. They saw the holes in software. So they decided to solve a current problem for software, but to build it for this next iteration of software. And worldwide, the world's largest industry is software. Mostly, I think, controlled by Microsoft, but it's software. And then the App Store came out, I think, in 2012. And apps are created by a lot of different people, but the App Store and others, it's been where a lot of the brain power and wealth creation has occurred. Everything built from the 80s onward has been built with SDKs, software development kits. Now, everything is going to have to be rehabbed, rebuilt, or just start from scratch using ADKs. So if companies want to keep their clients, if companies want to keep the cutting edge, they have to move to change with the times. And James Altucher calls it the biggest wealth creation event and the technology change in 150 years. And Morgan Stanley's robotics and AI analyst says nearly the same thing without boring you. So you've got a stock that's impressed by the heaviness. You've got a stock that needs to release some material, non-public information. And you've got a bunch of people in the AI space that haven't really heard of it. Some have, but they can't buy. The rest really haven't. And you have a giant proof of concept event coming on both the Telus data center and the Uniserve, which may be on Telus. I get conflicting, but the Uniserve contract as well. With that proof of concept and with news coming out, you may see very quickly this difference, in my judgment, of where the price is today and where the price should be, all things being equal, compared to others. You can see it happen very quickly. So I think it ties in. It ties in to my goal of making you guys financially secure. I'd like everybody to be able to survive the panic. Panics don't go on very long. You can't predict when they start. It could be years from now. But if you're strong, secure, and your mindset is correct, you can survive it. And then after it, you have the resources to live at or above your current economic status. Rick Brogan, William, did you ever Google Dan Niles? No, I did look up the research report, which I have right here, Ricky, and I really appreciate that you bring new emphasis But this is the research report that you say Daniel Niles wrote. He didn't. It was written by this guy. Venkata Velagapudi, CPA. It was written July 2nd, 2024. Railtown AI Technologies, Advanced AI for Efficient Software Development. Railtown AI is pioneering a powerful tool to transform and enhance software development efficiency and quality. We believe the company's first mover advantage and the founder's history of success position it well to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy ranging with a $2 US price target. That was July of 24. Railtown AI, poised for growth in the expanding software developer market. Railtown AI is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as an intelligent assistant, it learns client software to automate repetitive tasks, monitor performance, and serve as a built-in quality checker. The platform currently functions as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator, with future enhancements including automatic ticket generation and no-code virtual software development. Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion by full year 2024, driven by the expanding global population of software developers. The company's sales strategy targets small and medium-sized businesses and enterprises through direct sales and partnerships with Microsoft partners like Quisitive. These collaborations leverage established networks to accelerate user adoption and scale the platform efficiently. Valuation and recommendation. We estimate a target price of US $2 per share for Railtown AI Technologies using an enterprise value over revenue multiple of 12x, 12 times, on full year 27 estimated revenue and accounting for a 20% dilution factor for potential equity financings. Given Railtown's first mover advantage, I didn't make that up, first mover advantage and the founder's proven track record, we expect significant market share capture over the next 3 years. We project higher adoption rates in the United States due to a higher return on invested capital and launch timing. Using a market penetration rate, here it is, of 3%, 3% market penetration in the United States and 0.5% elsewhere. Based on these assumptions and the current pricing structure, we estimate a target price equivalent to Canadian dollars, $2.70 per share for the Canadian listed stock. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating, acknowledging the risks of investing in a company yet to generate significant revenue. This is Research Capital, July 2nd, 2004, target $2. Venkata Venagalap, I can't say it. Let me read it. Venkata Velagapudi. I apologize to him. If I heard it, I'd remember it. Key catalysts for Railtown AI at this early stage mainly involve improving market visibility and rapid revenue growth through strong market validation. Potential positive news flow from rapid scaling, user acquisition, and engagement metrics indicates robust market validation and substantial market share potential. Strategic partnerships with industry leaders will enhance user growth and credibility. While the company has a clear revenue model, emerging new revenue streams due to technological advancements as the product evolves may also improve visibility over revenue growth. Investment thesis from Dan Niles, in your opinion. It's actually his replacement, as I understand it, was Venkata Velagapudi. Same research, though, so it doesn't matter. Investment thesis: Railtown AI, the future of efficient and effective software development. Railtown AI is developing a powerful tool to enhance software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as a helpful assistant, it learns client software to automate repetitive tasks, allowing developers to focus on more critical work. The platform monitors performance, fixes problems where they occur before they occur, and serves as a built-in quality checker. Railtown AI deeply understands client software, automates mundane tasks, continuously learns and improves, and provides clear performance reports. It unifies all software data for easy use and customization to fit specific needs. By analyzing data in real time to quickly identify and fix issues and automating tasks like bug report generation, Railtown AI helps developers build better software faster and more cost effectively. Currently, the platform improves developer efficiency by functioning as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator. In the next stage, Railtown plans to add automatic ticket generation, and future stages will include no-code virtual software development, significantly expanding the addressable market and marking a pivotal milestone for the company. The company currently holds 2 provisional patents in North America, focusing on enhancing DevOps knowledge access and automated ticket generation, with plans to file a 3rd patent by Q2 24. Railtown is continuously expanding its intellectual property to support its growth. There's a growing population of software developers and potential to improve pricing to expand Railtown AI's addressable market. The global population of software developers is expanding and is projected to reach 28.7 million developers by the end of full year 24 or fiscal year 24, according to Statista. With Railtown's current pricing structure of $108 per year as the basis for its average revenue user, the addressable market is estimated to exceed $3 billion. This market has the potential to grow even further as Railtown enhances its platform with new features which could allow for higher pricing. Imagine what he thinks now with the data center. The current pricing model charges per user per project. What about per click on a data center? He doesn't even have that. Meaning a single user working on multiple projects pays multiple times, leading to a higher average revenue per user. What if it's by token? What if it's by compute? Additionally, Railtown's target market could expand beyond software developers with the potential launch of its API for no-code virtual software development. While it's challenging to precisely quantify the future size of this addressable market, the indicators clearly show substantial growth potential. Sorry, maybe it's allergies, or maybe it's flying in dry airplanes. I don't know. Strategic alliances with Microsoft partners. Railtown's business strategy for market expansion. Railtown AI strategy is multifaceted, targeting both small and medium-sized businesses and enterprise organizations through direct sales, reseller partnerships, and collaboration with Microsoft partners like Quisitive. There's no mention about sitting on top of the massive client transfer of potentially 2 million users to 20 million users. I don't know what percentage. Over to the Telus data center. You don't have to do any of this. But this is ongoing as well. By leveraging reseller relationships, Railtown extends its reach under white labeled services, allowing resellers to manage user acquisition and branding, while Railtown focuses on technology development. The collaboration with Microsoft partners like Quisitive is particularly significant, as it enables Railtown to tap into established networks and customer bases, accelerating user adoption and scaling the platform. Quisitive's ability to onboard clients independently and provide ongoing support enhances the customer experience and increases platform stickiness. The strategic approach not only broadens Railtown's market penetration, but also drives recurring revenue streams, underpinning the business model's sustainability and growth potential. By aligning with industry leaders and leveraging their market presence, Railtown AI can efficiently scale its operations and capitalize on new market opportunities. Valuation and recommendation and risk. We use an enterprise value over revenue multiple of 12x on full year 27 earnings revenue estimated to the target price for Railtown AI Technologies to account for potential equity financings needed to fund the business until it generates sufficient free cash flow. We apply a 20% dilution factor. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the proven track record of its founders and senior management, we believe there is a high probability of capturing significant market share over the next 3 years. We project a higher adoption rate of Railtown's platform in the United States compared to the rest of the world due to a higher return on investment capital for users in the United States and the timing of the launch. We use a market penetration rate of 3% in the United States and 0.5% elsewhere to forecast full year 27 estimated revenue based on the current pricing structure. Based on these assumptions, we estimate the target price for Railtown AI to be US dollars $2 per share, equivalent to Canadian 270 per share for the Canadian listed stock. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating due to the potential risks associated with investing in a company that has yet to generate significant revenue. Key upside risks include higher than expected adoption. Upside risks include higher than expected adoption of Railtown's platform, improved unit pricing, leading to higher average revenue per user and higher valuation multiple than anticipated. Key downside risks include lower than expected adoption, higher than expected dilution due to funding challenges, competition risk, and slower growth due to tough economic conditions. Company overview. Railtown AI tool for smarter software development. Railtown AI technology company. Railtown AI is a technology company that develops artificial intelligence tools tailored for software development. The company's AI model is designed to understand various aspects of software development comprehensively. Railtown AI offers both cloud-based and on-premise deployment options to suit different organizational needs. The platform is notable for its quick processing, enabling real-time decision-making. It also learns and improves over time by analyzing data provided by its users. Furthermore, Railtown AI's platform can handle multiple types of data, including images and custom reports, which adds to its utility in diverse development environments. Understanding generative AI, Gen AI, and large language models. Traditional AI, the rulebook approach. Traditional AI systems were based on rule-based approaches and expert systems that relied on predefined rules and algorithms to make decisions or predictions within specific domains. These systems excelled at tasks like pattern recognition, classification, and structured data processing, but they lacked the ability to generate truly novel outputs or handle unstructured data effectively. For example, a spam filter uses traditional AI techniques to identify and block spam emails based on predefined rules about keywords and sender information. Traditional AI struggles with tasks requiring understanding or generating new information. It cannot adapt to unexpected situations or create something entirely new. Imagine a chess program that can only play within the established rules. It wouldn't be able to invent new strategies or adapt to an opponent's unpredictable moves. Traditional AI versus generative AI. Capabilities: traditional, classification and prediction. Generative, create new and original content. Technology: traditional, machine learning algorithms. Generative, deep learning algorithms based on neural networks. Traditional, output. Deterministic, generative, probabilistic. Data handling, traditional, requires structured and labeled data. Generative, can handle and learn from large unstructured data sets. Data reliance, traditional, requires large amounts of data. Generative, can be trained on smaller data sets. Flexibility, traditional, rigid, struggles with novel situations. Generative, content generation, flexible, can adapt to new scenarios through learning. Applications, traditional, predictive analytics, decision trees, etc. Generative, content generation, language generation, translation, etc. Learning, traditional, requires manual updates to rules. Generative, continuous learning and improvement from data. Transparency, traditional, decisions can be explained. Generative, inner workings of deep learning models are difficult to interpret. Evolution of machine learning, teaching computers to think. The advent of machine learning, ML, revolutionized AI by enabling systems to learn patterns and make predictions from data. Early ML, machine learning, algorithms such as linear regression and decision trees paved the way for more sophisticated techniques like neural networks. Machine learning algorithms can analyze vast amounts of data, searching for patterns and relationships between different pieces of information. This data could be anything from sales figures to customer reviews to images to text. Based on the discovered patterns, machine learning models can make predictions and decisions on new, unseen data. Unlike traditional AI, machine learning doesn't require explicit programming for every scenario. It can learn and adapt on its own, becoming more accurate with more data. Neural networks and deep learning. Neural networks mimic the structure and function of the human brain. Just like our brains learn from experience, neural networks can learn complex patterns from vast amounts of data. They can identify intricate relationships between data points that might be invisible to simpler algorithms. This allows them to tackle more complex problems like image and speech recognition, natural language processing, and even self-driving cars. Deep learning is a subset of neural networks that uses multiple layers, hence the term deep. These layers allow the system to learn increasingly complex representations of data as it passes through the network. Think of it like peeling layers of an onion. Each layer reveals more detailed and nuanced information about the data, or it makes you cry. Deep learning algorithms can automatically learn from large amounts of data without relying on explicit programming languages instructions. To put simply, neural networks are like interconnected layers of virtual brain cells that learn from examples, and deep learning is a powerful way of teaching computers to understand and interpret data by stacking many layers of these virtual brain cells. They give a key architectures of deep neural networks, CNNs, RNNs, LSTMs, and transformers. I'm going to skip because it's very small print, and I don't think they care if you hear about it. Otherwise, they would have put it in large print. Generative AI, a paradigm shift in artificial intelligence. Generative AI takes deep learning a step further by allowing machines not only to analyze data, but also to create new content. Generative AI includes techniques like generative adversarial networks, GANs, Johnny Gann, GAN, and variational autoencoders, VAEs, has evolved from the foundation laid by neural networks and deep learnings. So generative AI is a step further. Techniques like generative adversarial networks and variational autoencoders enable computers to generate realistic images, text, and music from scratch. This innovation has profound implications across industries, from art and entertainment to healthcare and finance, where synthetic data can be used for training models and exploring new possibilities. There's another small, really small chart. I'm going to skip it. It's about uses you could imagine in art and entertainment, healthcare, finance, retail and commerce, gaming, design, and creativity. If it were big, it'd probably change the story. I don't think they want us to get stuck on it. Okay, so it moves on to large language models, pioneering the next frontier in artificial intelligence. Large language models are a specific type of generative AI focused on human language. Imagine a digital prodigy who has devoured countless books, articles, and code, possessing an unparalleled understanding of language structure and usage. That's essentially what a large language model aspires to be. The key to a large language model's LLM's capabilities lies in the immense amount of data it's trained on. These models gobble up massive data sets of text and code, including books, articles, websites, code repositories, and even social media conversations. They can't follow the number of shares sold in MMT LP, though. By analyzing these vast amounts of information, LLMs learn the intricate rules and nuances of language, including grammar, syntax, semantics, context, and differing writing styles. Moreover, large language models can be fine-tuned on specific tasks or domains by providing task-specific data and labels, allowing them to adapt their knowledge to particular applications. This fine-tuning process enhances the model's performance and tailors its outputs to the desired context, whether it's medical text, legal documents, or customer service transactions. And they give another small list, and I'm just not going to go through it. It's a chart. It lists generic large language models and then task-specific large language models, and it's pretty much as you can imagine. So then Railtown's task-specific LLM for software development. In other words, it's even further than generic. It goes to task-specific. To understand the problem in a simple way, imagine building a house, but the blueprints are all scattered. You might have some pieces with the architects, some with the engineers, and maybe even some scribbled on napkins. It's like trying to figure out how the house is coming along by looking at all these different pieces of paper. It takes a lot of time and effort to put the whole picture together. In the modern software industry, the process of developing and maintaining applications has become increasingly complex. You might have some pieces with, it's like trying to figure, the various teams and tools involved in software development generate a significant amount of valuable data. But this information is often scattered across multiple systems and platforms. For example, the team may use one tool to track bug reports and feature requests from customers, another tool to manage the software deployment process, and yet another system to monitor the performance of the live application. While each of these individual tools serve an important purpose, the lack of integration between them can create challenges. Developers and managers often find themselves spending a lot of time and effort trying to gather information from these disparate sources to get a complete picture of how the software project is progressing. They may need to log into several different systems, extract data, and then manually piece it all together to understand things like what new issues or bugs have been reported by customers. How is the latest software build performing in production? Are there any deployment-related problems that need to be addressed? What is the overall velocity and productivity of the development team? This fragmentation of data across tools and platforms can lead to inefficiencies, as valuable time is lost in the process of consolidating information. It also increases the risk of important details being overlooked or misinterpreted, as the full context may not be readily available. So figure 5 is Railtown's proprietary application general intelligence platform for software development. At top is the data fragmentation. That's the input. None of the prominent data providers seamlessly integrate and understand the full scope of a client's application. Ticket data could be GitHub and a couple of others. DevOps data could be Jenkins and a couple of others. Application log data could be 3 things. Documentation data could be Google Docs or Microsoft Office 360. Architecture data could be Confluence or Notion. And they all come in at the top. See? They all come in. And they come down here to Railtown's ingestion engine. It's their application general intelligence, which is trademarked. So the data is unified. Railtown provides a single platform that comprehensively ingests and unifies all application data, making sense of it all. And then figure 6, Railtown's custom large language model by integrating graphs and large language models. The graphs used to capture data with structured relationships. It looks like GitHub, Circle AI, Terraform, Anderson, I guess, Google, Sales, something, Splunk, and Jenkins. So you use the graph to capture the data. Then there's a custom LLM. So this is used as, that's what I guess we saw, that's used as the interface that enables users to access and act on all of that application data that comes from wherever. And it comes down to deep application understanding, task automation, and monitoring and deployment. So the solution offered by Railtown's AI platform, how it works: client application. The client's application securely sends development data to the Railtown platform. This data includes tickets, likely referring to issue, tracking, or bug reports. It includes builds, information related to software builds, possibly including build logs and outcomes. It includes logs, system or application logs that provide detailed insights into application operations. It provides wiki, documentation, or collaborative notes related to the project. Comments, developer comments or notes that might provide context or additional information about the developer process. So then you have the Railtown AI platform. The Railtown platform processes and trains on the data set provided by the client's application, as well as ongoing client feedback. The goal is to develop application general intelligence, which refers to the platform's capability to understand and perform various development-related tasks autonomously. Application general intelligence. This central component of Railtown AI processes the incoming data and leverages AI to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions. Inform teams. The platform can analyze the data and provide insights or recommendations to the development teams. This can include identifying potential issues, suggesting improvements, or providing updates on the status of the various components. Perform tasks. The platform can autonomously perform specific tasks based on the data it receives and the intelligence it has developed. These tasks could range from running tests to deploying builds or fixing identified issues. Create solutions using the data and intelligence. The platform can generate new solutions, such as writing code, creating new features, or implementing technical fixes. The platform exposes an API application programming interface that allows third-party developers and users to interact with it. Through the API, they can request the platform to perform tasks or create new features and technical solutions without needing to write code themselves. These users can ask the Railtown platform to execute specific tasks or generate new functionalities via the provided API. This capability helps streamline the development process, enabling rapid implementation of solutions and features provided by API. It leverages the platform's AI-driven intelligence. In summary, the Railtown AI platform ingests various types of development data from a client's applications, processes this data to build application general intelligence, and uses this intelligence to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions. Third-party developers and users can interact with the platform via an API, an interface, to leverage its capabilities without directly writing code. So figure 7, how Railtown AI platform works. The client's application securely sends development data to Railtown's platform. That's tickets, builds, logs, wiki, comments. It goes into the application general intelligence, which then goes down to inform teams, perform tasks, and create solutions via an API. Through that interface, third-party developers and users ask Railtown platform to perform tasks and create new features and tech solutions without any need to write code. Railtown's platform trains on data sets and ongoing client feedback to develop application general intelligence and to enable delivery of functionalities. Railtown AI's current value proposition and future potential. Based on our discussions with several customers, the value proposition of Railtown AI's tool is quite impressive. In our interviews, customers reported that Railtown's platform saves each developer about 15 to 25% of their time. Given the high costs associated with employing software developers, this level of efficiency translates into a significant return on investment. This makes Railtown's AI tool not only a time saver, but also a cost-effective solution. The pricing per user seat is considered reasonable by users, further enhancing its attractiveness. These are the potential use cases of fully developed Railtown AI's platform for software developers. Root cause analyzer. Railtown's platform detects errors early and sends meaningful alerts to the development team, allowing them to resolve issues quickly and prioritize based on severity. This proactive approach helps prevent user impact and catastrophic problems, saving developers over 8 hours per week and reducing technical debt and costs. Conductor. Railtown's platform is an AI assistant designed to support developers by answering questions related to application development, errors, and fixes. It offers quick and accurate access to needed information, providing natural language, reason based responses. This ensures developers receive relevant and actionable insights, enabling faster problem solving and solutions. Additionally, Conductor's AI engine continuously learns from developer feedback, enhancing its knowledge and capabilities over time. Velocity Dashboard. Railtown's platform provides key metrics on the speed and efficiency of creating, modifying, and deploying code. It tracks the performance of teams and individual developers, helping to determine capacity and facilitate development, planning, and forecasting. This tool allows for the evaluation of estimates and development plans, enabling management to reward top performers and coach underperformers effectively. Release Note Automator. Railtown's platform automatically generates release notes for users, developers, team leads, marketing, and managers. It eliminates the need for developers to perform repetitive manual work, boosting productivity by freeing up valuable development time. The tool generates clear, business-like release notes in under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes. Ticket generator. Railtown's platform generates and pushes requested work tickets into the dev team's preferred project management tool. Utilizing an AI engine that draws on the knowledge of previous tickets, it streamlines the ticket creation process with natural language chat prompts. This reduces manual work for the developers and supports increased team velocity. Progress reports. Railtown's platform executive summaries of any deployment and completed ticket set. Its AI engine, I guess executive summaries is used as a verb. Its AI agent collects and organizes the latest data from connected applications, enabling effortless execution and increasing the frequency of progress report generation. This functionality significantly boosts productivity by minimizing manual work. No code virtual developer. Railtown's platform creates new platform features and software solutions based on users' natural language chat prompts. Users are not required to know how to code, which significantly boosts productivity by freeing up potential development time. Additionally, users' contributions enhance Railtown's platform functionality, diversity, and overall value. This customization increases client loyalty as they tailor the platform to their preferences. Currently, most of the users of the platform are using Railtown's platform as a root cause analyzer, given the meaningful time saving benefits for software developers. Based on our knowledge and discussions with the customers, as on today, Railtown's platform can function as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator. As Railtown's product evolves into second stage, tentatively over the next few months, Railtown's platform can function as an automatic ticket generator, As the platform evolves into stage 3 and 4, additional feature related to no code virtual software development can be added to the features. We view this to be pivotal milestone for the company as it has potential to expand the addressable market meaningfully. So they give a chart here of Railtown compared to GitHub and several other products, and you'll notice Railtown checks all the boxes. So Railtown AI compared to GitLab. GitLab is good, sort of halfway on team velocity, developer velocity, and progress reports. 3 items. And GitHub was valued at $8 billion when it was acquired. And this is all my notes from Ricky from when I've discussed this live many, 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 many times. But this is from last year. 8 billion. Railtown was worth 63 million market cap. GitHub was bought out at 8 billion or $56 a share. $56 a share. It's kind of close to my $55 target. All right, then Jenkins. There is no valuation that I could find. Jenkins does one thing. Catch errors early. It's sort of. Railtown does it. And then Yera Software does 3 things. Sort of, I guess. It's a half circle. Team velocity, developer velocity, and progress reports. Railtown does it. Full circle. And there's no valuation there. Then there's Splunk. Splunk does 4 things. They have a half circle on root cause analyzer, categorize errors, intelligent alerting, and catch errors early. Railtown does all of that. Splunk was valued at 28 billion, or $194 a share translated into Railtown. And then New Relic is listed as a competitor. It only does 2 things. It does intelligent alerting and catch errors early. It was valued at $6.5 billion, which translated into a $45 stock price for Railtown at that time. And then the final one is SonarQube. SonarQube does one thing, half circle, catch errors early. And that valuation was $4.7 billion. And translated to Railtown, that was $32 a share. Railtown does single sources of truth, team velocity, developer velocity, conductor AI assistant, release notes, ticket generator, progress reports, API no-code virtual developer, categorize errors, group errors, intelligent alerting, and catch errors early. 12 different areas, and it's valued at 63 million at that time versus 8 billion, 28 billion, 6.5 billion, and 4.7 billion versus $56 a share, $194 a share, $45 a share, and $32 a share. Okay, so Railtown stages of development. Conductor number 1. Ingestion of all forms of development and application data, tickets to DevOps to logging. All data sets fused together in a single multimodal model. Conductor number 2, task automation and fuse data sets together through graph structures, Lang graph, I guess, cannot only understand and respond to information ingested into the conductor, but also act by pushing data and decisions back into the integrations, for example, generate tickets automatically. Conductor number 3, architecture update and custom LLM optimization. Real-time model inference for quick decision making, options to deploy on cloud or on premise. Conductor number 4, ingestion of all forms of development and application data, tickets to DevOps to logging to documentation. All data sets fused together in a single multimodal model menu. Multi-step reasoning and higher order insights, increased efficiency, increased velocity, and complete disruption of the entire software industry. This is the development Railtown stage of development. Railtown stage of development. To this analyst, who is not Dan Niles, it's Venkata Velagapudi. My understanding is Venkata replaced Dan Niles when I Googled it, but my computer might have it back S-word. But the conclusion of research capital is conductor 4, stage conductor 4, allows the ingestion of all forms of development and application data, which means tickets to DevOps to logging to documentation. All data sets fused together in a single multimodal model, multi-step reasoning and higher order insights. So this leads to increased efficiency, increased velocity, and complete disruption of the entire software industry. So they go on to talk about the strategic, you want to know, you've asked several times, strategic partnership with Mila Quebec to reduce the capital spending and time to market. Recently, Railtown entered into a strategic partnership with Mila Quebec AI Institute, which might benefit the company in accelerating the time to market with each product release. Mila Quebec AI Institute, also known as Mila, Montreal Institute for Learning Algorithms, is a well-respected research institute focusing on machine learning. Mila Quebec AI Institute collaborates with a broad spectrum of companies ranging from startups to large multinational corporations. These collaborations are aimed at advancing research in artificial intelligence and fostering the application of AI technologies across various industries. We view the strategic partnership to immensely benefit Railtown by providing access to AI engineering talent and non-dilutive financing, which might accelerate the company's time to market with each new product phase. Railtown sales strategy. Railtown adopts a multi-channel revenue strategy to reach its target audience. This approach leverages partnerships and resellers and Microsoft's co-seller program alongside direct sales efforts. Resellers targeting SMBs and enterprises white label Railtown's functionality under their own brand and typically hold exclusive sales arrangements. Revenue from resellers comes from a combination of monthly licensing fees, support charges, and per seat per project fees. Microsoft co-sellers targeting a similar audience have more flexibility in branding and can offer competing services. Revenue from co-sellers is a per seat per project fee with a commission paid to Microsoft. Finally, Railtown directly targets SMBs with a month-to-month subscription model priced per seat per month per project. This multifaceted approach allows Railtown to cater to diverse customer preferences and expand its reach through established sales channels. So here's some of their channels. I'm not going to focus on it because it's small print. But basically, their model used to be reseller. It still is. It used to be to co-sell through Microsoft through a white label and then direct sales. They do all this, but what's missing here? They're on top of the data center. Telus has something like 20 billion in revenue. They're going to direct 1 to 2 billion of that through their data center, and Railtown sits there collecting a shared revenue fee. That shared revenue fee happens every time Telus's compute engine is turned on. Telus is charging their customers, and I don't know if the billing goes through Telus or we don't know that yet. But every time compute is used or a token is spent, Railtown gets a split. Every click, every token, every bit of compute power used. That's not here. So Railtown's addressable market, bottom-up approach. So listen to this. This is how they get to 270 Canadian, $2 US. Railtown is strategically positioned in a rapidly growing global market of software developers, a segment poised for expansion in the near future. According to projections from Statista, the global population of software developers is expected to reach 28.7 million by the end of 2024, growing at an annual rate of 3 to 4%. This growth is fueled by a range of factors, including widespread digital transformation across various sectors, the rise of emerging technologies, growth within the tech industry, increased access to educational resources, the prevalence of remote work, supportive regulatory frameworks, and the ongoing demand for mobile and web development services. Here's the number of software users growing from 23 million to 29 million up to last year, or 2 years ago, up to 24. Given these dynamics and assuming an average revenue of $108 per year, a figure aligned with Railtown's current pricing, Railtown's addressable market is currently estimated to exceed $3 billion. However, there are several reasons to believe that this market could expand further. For instance, as Railtown continues to enhance its platform with new features, there could be potential for an increase in pricing. Furthermore, the current pricing of Railtown's platform is on a per user per project basis. Therefore, a single user who works on multiple projects in a software development team has to pay for the platform multiple times, leading to higher average revenue per user. Additionally, based on our understanding, Railtown's target market could broaden beyond just software developers, especially with the potential launch of its API for no-code virtual software development. While it's challenging to quantify the exact future size of this addressable market with complete certainty, the indicators are clear that the potential for growth is substantial. Revenue outlook. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the track record of its founders and senior management, we believe there is a high probability of Railtown's capturing a meaningful market share of the total addressable market over the next 3 years. We believe that the adoption rate of Railtown's platform will be relatively higher in the United States compared to that of the rest of the world due to a few reasons. Firstly, the software development teams in the United States will have the highest return on investment by using Railtown's platform, given the relatively higher software development costs. Secondly, we believe that the market launch will be earlier in North America compared to the rest of the world. We expect Railtown AI to commence generating revenue from fiscal year 24 onwards. However, given the early stage in the cycle of the company, we take a slightly medium, longer term horizon to estimate the revenue. We use a market penetration of 3% in the USA, 0.5% in the rest of the world to forecast the revenue for full year 27 estimated. We use the current pricing structure to estimate the revenue. However, as we mentioned earlier, the pricing structure may change over time as the company evolves further. Estimated software developers in the world through 27, from 24 through 27. USA, 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 rest of the world. Assumptions for the market penetration. Bear case, 0.3% in the rest of the world, 1% in the United States. Bull case, 1% in the rest of the world, 5% in the United States. Base case, 0.5% in the rest of the world and 3% in the United States. So the estimated revenue in full year 27 in US dollars per million. In the bull case, I guess you add those numbers up. 56 million in the yellow, 28 million in the navy, 28 million in the sky, and that's roughly over 100 million in their 27 estimate bull case. And then there's your other base and bear. So the valuation and target price and recommendation. We use an enterprise value revenue multiple of 12x. On full year 27 estimated revenue, to estimate the target price for Railtown AI Technologies. We use a dilution factor of 20% to factor the potential equity financings to raise capital to fund the business over the next few years. We don't factor the impact of net cash debt on the equity value per share. Based on our assumptions, we determined the target price for Railtown AI Technologies to be US $2 a share, and the equivalence in Canada is 270. They used revenue multiples of some comps. Microsoft bought Xandr. It wasn't disclosed. Adobe bought Figma at 50x. Salesforce bought MuleSoft at 22x revenues. Zoom bought Five9 at 34x revenues. Intuit bought Credit Karma at 7x revenues. Google bought Looker at 13x. Salesforce bought Slack at 30x. Microsoft bought Activation Blizzard at 9x. Salesforce bought Tableau at 14x. IBM bought Red Hat at 32x. Amazon bought Twitch at 12x. NVIDIA bought Mellanox at 21x. So they give their base, bull, and bear case. Base, bull, and bear case in US dollars. Base case is $2 a share target. Bull case is $3 and something, 60 cents. And the bear case is 90 cents. What you'll notice in all those cases is the current price of Railtown is below bull, bear, and base. Now, Tony the Tiptoeing Tiger is going to want me to run you through the risks because only he does that. So we learned from him that only he is capable of pointing out the risks. So the company description, Railtown AI is a technology company that develops artificial intelligence tools tailored for software development. The company's AI model is designed to understand various aspects of software development comprehensively. Railtown AI offers both cloud-based and on-premise deployment options to suit organizational needs. The platform is notable for its quick processing, enabling real-time decision-making. It also learns and improves over time by analyzing data provided by its users. Risks: uncertain market adoption, funding challenging, regulatory risk, intellectual property issues, operational risk, dependence on key personnel, competitive landscape, economic conditions, product adoption risks. I don't know if Tony ever told you about them. He pointed out the ongoing. So important disclosures. I, Venkata Velakapudi, CFA, certified the views expressed in this report were formed by my review of relevant company data and industry investigation and accurately reflect my opinion about the investment merits of the securities mentioned in the report. I also certify that my compensation is not related to specific recommendations or views expressed in this report. Research Capital Corporation publishes research and investment recommendations for the use of its clients. Information regarding our categories of recommendations, quarterlies, blah, 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 can be found elsewhere. That, Ricky, is the report that you attributed to Dan Niles. At least on my Google search, when I searched Dan Niles, it came up with this report, which I've now read probably for the 25th time. And it's kind of fun to go after it. We haven't read it earlier or recently. Rick Brogan, he's an analyst on Wall Street. Okay. T. Alex, hello, William and RT crew. Rick Brogan, I think Dan Niles could change his rating in a quarter coming. Well, I don't know how much higher you go from a buy rating. I mean, it's speculative buy. It's still going to be a speculative stock price, but he could raise the price. You're right. I really don't think it's Dan Niles, but maybe you're going to tell me that it is. When I Googled it, this guy is it. But I also heard this guy might have resigned, so maybe it's replaced with Dan Niles. This is the only report that Research Capital has been allowed to publish. Why? Because of material non-public information. Railtown suffers from the fact that people know that they have access to material non-public information, including Research Capital. They can't put out research until this blanket over, which I call a quiet period, is lifted. It hasn't been lifted. But Rick, this guy, do you imagine that he's going to change his opinion? This report is written before the orchestration framework became all the rage. It's written before Telus. It's written before AIP. Do you think he's going to change his targets? I don't think he's going to go from a buy to a sell. Rick Brogan, thank William for reading Dan's report. Seems he is behind in RT, but hopefully he updates his report soon. Rick, this was written and published in July 2nd of 2024. There has not, that was when, in the third quarter of 24, was when Railtown met AIP partners. In the first quarter of 25, AIP partners agreed to be bought by Railtown out of all the other companies. Since the first quarter of 25, they haven't been able to write anything. So of course they're behind. That is, for lack of a better word, that is the arbitration that we're playing. The arbitrage. That is the inefficiency of the market information that we're playing. That is, again, the structural issue caused in these low-price stock markets who are punished by the criminals without consequence. And at the same time, a company that would love to put out research is prohibited by the regulators because there's material non-public information standing in the way. So my argument is no buyers, all sellers, it's mispriced. And the sellers are not real sellers. Anybody that knows the story is not selling their stock. So that's the premise. And look, even this report, which does not include AIP, it does not include Uniserv, it does not include Telus, it does not include the rampant attention now given to the orchestration framework. So it only uses 12x. It only uses the target market of 3 billion. multiply that by 100. You don't think this guy wants to put out, or this firm, or maybe by then it'll be a woman, but the analyst covering Railtown you don't think they want to put it out? And when they do, everybody on your stock twits, Rick, is going to know all about the company because it'll be in the research report. And by then it'll be too late to buy. So as people are accumulating, the inefficiency of a good company in this punished market that Adina Freeman in the NASDAQ is so proud of, and Chuck E. Cheese Crawwell is so pleased of himself in the over-the-counter market. That's why people have lost money and everything. And as Justin, was it Jason or Justin? I can't remember. So accurately pointed out, all those other symbols are stupid. They're stupid. But I still get questions all the time on them. This is the way out and the way away from the rest of them. And I still remember the gentleman here. I might have written it down. And he might, if he owns an Energy Vault, he might be somewhat ahead. Yeah, he's got 3,000 Energy Vault, 10,000 GDC. So when he first froze, he had about 135, 140,000 in his account that he could have put in Railtown. I'm shocked Railtown's still available at these prices. But now he has by waiting, because you don't want to miss the chance. He bought GDC at 490, and he's been able to wait for that to go to 15 cents, because you do not want to miss your chance. So that was 10,000 shares. So that's gone down from that massive part of his account. It's gone down. NRGV, on the other hand, might be up. Last time I looked, it was. Well, now it's 593. And he has 17.5 a finger. Okay. Which closed at 85 cents. So just doing freezing at the switch, and he'll remain frozen. He's not going to come out of his frozen position. It's a shame. It's just a shame. So 10,000 shares times 0.15 equals $1,500. The NRGV gives him some of that back. Now his account, it makes me sick. Just makes me sick. Now his account is worth 34 grand. So he was able to buy with a little money put, a tiny bit of money put in. He was able to buy, if he sold everything, 400,000 shares of Railtown, but he was frozen because, hey, GDC can go up. Hey, NRGV, it's going to run. Finger's going to have its run. And I mean, I don't know. I feel badly. He wouldn't listen to me. He just would not listen to me. So now GDC, which was the biggest part of his position, it's worth $1,500. NRGV, it's worth 18 grand. Finger, worth 15 grand. So today, he can buy 100,000 shares. I'd still do it. I think it's a gift. It's a gift from above to still be able to buy 100,000 shares. I would still do it. Take the losses, buy 100,000 shares. But you're going to buy 1/4 of what you could have bought just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. GDC does not have anything except a manipulated story. And it did all that volume. It's a stock pool. Energy Vault, I personally think it's highly leveraged. There's nothing unique to the story. It's benefited. They did raise a lot of money. So as long as they execute and pay their debt, but debt can come and bite you in the rear end quickly. So anyway, I guess you're dreaming of that going to $50 or something. But that one has, I remember when Dirty Randy, I think it was $1 or something, or $1.50. Maybe a year ago, I've got a thing. But anyway, that's worked out, and he was right. And then Finger was what, $1.50 a couple weeks ago? It's 85 cents. What does Finger do? I mean, I think the positives quickly on Finger, great investor group, really top-notch management. The negatives, it's in a highly crowded industry, top-up minutes, that probably makes about as much money as a grocery store. And you got some storylines with it. That could work out. On the other hand, I would argue that Finger Motion may have a hedge fund dedicated to getting it down, because they did that toxic financing with Jeff Easton. But that was bought back. I don't know. The Finger Motion may have great chances of an acquisition or contracts, but now it's worth half the price it was. But sometimes I still think I remember the gentleman's name. I'm not going to say it out, but I still think he should do it. I still take the losses, buy 100,000 shares of Railtown, and forget that you ever could have had 400,000, because you can't have 400,000 anymore. But just buy 100,000, and that's a great position. I mean, Donna is the lead on that size position. At 100,000 shares, just at this guy's prediction, it's $200,000. You have to forget that you could have made 800,000 at $2. But you've got the wind behind you. You've got the entire software industry is going through revolutionary change, not because people just like the new color of the software box, because they have to do it. Companies have to do it. Consultants have to do it. App stores have to do it, and countries have to do it. Finger can go buy top-up minutes from the Chinese government and resell them online and make a quick 4, 5, 6%. Darn it. That just breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart. Absolutely breaks my heart. Anyway, I'd still do it. I would still swap all of that out for 100,000 shares of Railtown. And it's not easy to get the best price. You know, people that bought this week probably should have waited till the end of the day today and saved a penny. But you don't know. Because by not doing anything, you might change the ebb and flow of the stock price too. You just got to be happy that you did it. Whatever you did, you got to be happy with. Wow, T. Alex. Here I am. I'm talking to all the lightweights. No, just kidding. I don't think anyone here is a lightweight, but I'm really impressed, T. Alex. I'm actually amazed. You just added 157,000 shares and you didn't drive the price up? Do you see what's going on, guys? They're just giving away shares because they have their computers set on vomit shares. T. Alex, good for you. Good for you, T. Alex. That is amazing. I'm impressed, T. Alex. It's amazing. Let's see what T. Alex has to say. Railtown AI Technologies is rapidly positioning, where'd you get this? Itself as a highly strategic, competitive force within the Canadian sovereign AI landscape. T. Alex. While it remained a smaller micro-cap public company trading under Rail and RLAIF, it has systematically built a powerful corporate moat. I like the cut of your jib. T. Alex, it achieved this through high-profile acquisitions, commercial tech partnerships, and an elite advisory board stacked with Canada's top technology and financial orchestrators. Oh, well, I guess you're talking about AIP, but I don't know why it's plural. Okay. T. Alex. Railtown has aggressively weaponized its advisory board to gain institutional credibility, funding, and enterprise market access. T. Alex. Cameron Schuler, the chief commercialization officer at the Vector Institute and former executive director of AMI, integrates Railtown directly into Canada's elite academic AI research. This sounds like AI. Academic alignment, co-development partnerships with premier institutes like Amy and Mila shield the company from falling behind global research curves. T. Alex, it is no longer just a startup. It is a primary builder of an end-to-end sovereign Canadian AI ecosystem designed to protect domestic data and intellectual property from foreign big tech hegemony. Ward Richardson, T. Alex, more than doubled your position. Well executed. I agree. Harbison, Ward, talk to us more about how Rail Engine it connects to NVIDIA GPU and Intel CPU. T. Alex, thanks. Started a corporate account. Don't steal from your corporate. No, just kidding. T. Alex, we have a great community here. Thanks to everyone and all the DD. I feel very confident in my position. That's great, T. Alex. Very impressive. Ward Richardson, Harbison, will do. I will send more info to William over the weekend and some more research. Yeah, it's too bad Harbison or Harbison. Ward sent me some stuff. It was like 4 or 5 emails. None of them opened. They opened, but the link just said page not available, that kind of thing. So sorry, my source of info today was a little boring. But that's me, sharp as a drill and twice as boring. Rick Brogan, I think Telus, along with RT, will be like Plantier in the United States, getting robust government contracts in Canada. Yeah, but yeah. You could be right. But I think the key thing for Railtown is stay neutral and become part of the de rigueur, the go-to harness or framework solution around the world. I'm trying to remember the 2 companies that intrigued me. I think one was Snowflake and the other was Anthropic, maybe. Man, if they could get into Anthropic. Ooh. T. Alex, Ward Richardson, thank for all you do and contribute. Exactly. T. Alex, thanks for all the other RT contributors. I agree. I mean, I give credit early on of all people to, I'm not saying that negatively. I just mean she hasn't really written, input like Ward or anything. But I give early credit to Donna for showing the way to 100,000, but also saying this is a stock you can buy without and sleep at night. You don't have to pay attention to the vagaries of trading. I mean, just look what happened. This makes me sick to my stomach. I hope I'm miscalculating. This guy's account went down by 100 grand just because he froze at the switch. Thank God he's still got 35 grand left. but he didn't hear it. You could have sold everything, put it all in Railtown, wait 30 days, and as it turns out, go back, sell it again, go back and buy much of this back at cheaper prices if you really wanted to. But that's the sickness that makes me sick to my stomach of what this conspiring group of people do to innocent investors. I just don't think people look. It's hard. Investing is hard, and a relationship with money. And when you lose money, you do get frozen, and you don't want to give up on the idea that brought you there. But man, you got to be cruel. Got to be cruel to your woman. I was cruel to my woman. I beat her. I kept her apart from the things that she loved. Man, I was mean, but I'm changing my scene. I can't remember the rest. You've got to admit it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. Okay, let's keep going. Ward Richardson. T. Alex, thumbs up. Ward Richardson, William and the RT crew here starting to think RT plus quantum. Exactly. Although I can't get all the rich information. See, the thing about Ward, and I got to tell you what a resource you guys have in Ward. He's been studying this for 6, 7 years, 8 years maybe. And he, for example, he knows Soundhound Cold. He knows other, and he's got stories about stocks he sold to get into Railtown, but you can't look back, Jack. And if I had to summarize one thing that Ward always says, disruptive. And did you get that right here? Did you get that right here? This is July 2nd, 2024, in a report written by Venkata Velagapudi Research Capital Corporation. And maybe Ricky's right, it's Dan Niles now. Same company. But you go to this page of Railtown development, and they focus on conductor stage 1, 2, 3, 4, and you get to conductor 4, and this is 2.5 years ago. Conductor 4, ingestion of all forms of development and application data, tickets to DevOps to logging to documentation. All data sets fused together in a single multimodal model. Multi-step reasoning and higher order insights. Increased efficiency, increased velocity, and complete disruption of the entire software industry. Isn't that amazing? It's amazing. Rick Brogan, Railtown is the total package. Well, I mean, things have to be, things have to happen. The execution has to happen. And we have to be aware of the overall market. But yeah, I would agree with that. T. Alex, the prominent Railtown AI leader heavily involved in quantum computing is Mike Lazaridis, who serves on the company's advisory board. T. Alex, while he is technically on the strategic advisory board, he is the key corporate architect linking Railtown AI to the quantum computing sector through the following major initiatives. T. Alex, Quantum Valley Investments. His longtime business partner, Doug Fragan, Lazaridis co-founded Quantum Valley Investments, a $100 million venture fund specifically dedicated to commercializing breakthroughs in quantum physics and quantum computing. T. Alex, Institute for Quantum Computing, IQC, that's another one of the connectors. Lazaridis personally provided the vision and an initial $100 million in funding to establish the Institute for Quantum Computing at the University of Waterloo. Ward Richardson, did anybody see the Caribus Systems IPO the other morning at 185? Wow. To 385. By the way, IBM partnered with Caribus, I don't know how to say it, May 6th, 2025. Are you telling me that IBM had to wait a year to make money on this deal? A whole year? Amazing. That's great, Ward. T. Alex, turning the region into a global center for quantum research. So you guys are following that train of thought. And then another one is for these guys, the Perimeter Institute. He founded the world-renowned Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics, which plays a foundational role in complex quantum mechanics research. T. Alex, strategic overlap. Lazaridis' entry into Railtown AI via that $3.4 million investment directly aligns with Railtown's broader push into quantum infrastructure. T. Alex, Quantum Valley Investments, QVI, is a private $100 million venture fund based in Waterloo, Ontario. It was established completely and funded by BlackBerry co-founders Mike Lazaridis and Doug Fragan. Ward Richardson, T. Alex, that's spot on. I'm also finding that Mike is a big quantum nerd. That's a big plus for us. Rick Brogan, I been buying RT since December 9th, 2024, and still very bullish, more every day. Rick Brogan, more bullish every day. Donna M, does the Canadian market punish their investors like our stock? Yes, they do. As Corey calls it, what did he say? It's difficult to raise, how did he say it to me? Something like it's difficult to I don't remember. Things are difficult in the junior market. But yeah, they do that. They short stocks up there. People have talked about Ham here. And when I first met him, he told me a story. about a friend of his who was so broke. And in and of itself, that I don't judge that. A lot of people go up and down, but I guess he was so broke that he had to sleep on Ham's couch for a long time. Then he left, and I guess Ham lent money to him, and it sticks in my head like 20 grand or something. It might have been more, maybe 40, something, something with a substantial number on it. And the guy left and didn't speak to him for a few years. And then he came, knocked on the door, and walked in, and he had this big business card, CEO, I guess, of something. And it's one of these, it's made out of metal, and he clucks it on the counter or something. And he paid back the money. And Ham asked him, well, how'd you do that? He said, I shorted a silver company up in Canada. I just started shorting it and shorting it and shorting it. Same way, just creating stock that doesn't exist. And he took 400 million, to my memory. Might have been 200 million. You can see I'm mixing 20 and 40 and 400 and 200. Might have been 200 million. But he took all that money out, drove the company, as far as I know, into oblivion. And he made himself extremely rich. It's just the incentives are all whacked out. Rick Brogan, this is our way to regain our losses from all these scams I've been burnt in. This is the real deal. Ricky, that's my opinion. That is my opinion. I mean, obviously, as the front page here says, and I don't think we can think any differently, it's a speculative buy. But as that speculative turns into, I don't know what their ranking numbers are, but it might turn into a growth buy or just a buy, or it could grow into an investment grade buy. I don't know. I don't know their breakdowns there. And I don't remember everybody has different ones. But as it moves up the quality rating, the price will go up. The price will go up. Donna M. Thanks, Ward, for the Carabras news. That's very encouraging to me. Let me look it up. Carabra. Cerebras stock surges nearly 70% in the biggest IPO of 2026. AI chip maker soars 68% in market's debut as tech IPOs ramp up. Roaring time for tech stocks. I don't know if it's Carabas or Cerebus. IPO scores blockbuster debut as next hot AI stock. They raised 5.5 billion, and then the stock pops 108%. Well, at 10 billion, well, hell, just at 5 billion, we've got a hell of a stock. Rick Brogan, and I don't know if that's realistic or not. We'll find out. I see so much compelling growth in RT. Hope we stay a standalone company. But if bought out, I see Telus Canadians was their sovereign. Well, Telus could do it, but I don't think Telus is going to have enough money. I wouldn't mind being bought out by him, I guess, or IBM or Anthropic, but I hope if there's a buyout, it's at a massive price. I'd hate to be bought out at a low. Well, you can't. You can't. You got to be grateful whatever happens. But I'd hate to be bought out at a lower price, and then all the growth happens in another company. I'd hate that, but we can't control it. Ward Richardson, Donna M. Yes, this company will do very well in the quantum industry. Donna M. It's actually a blessing they haven't been able to report on it yet. Report on it because it's allowed me to accumulate the Railtown I have. Yeah, exactly. And you started, I don't remember now. I don't have it all here, but it's a great position. It's a great position that you have. Rick Brogan, I'm planning on adding this coming week to my Railtown position. Rick Brogan, no robust growth in Finger, plus everyone is saying to Google, I'm not going to join in on that. I don't think that's the problem. You're trying to blame it on a person, and I don't think that's the issue. I think there's good people around Finger. And it's so easy to try to hang it on somebody. Finger has given in the time, it's given people a lot of times to trade and make money. And we don't know what's going on in the background on Finger. There may be a big acquisition. There may be a big contract. This last financing, I didn't study it, but it seems like it's capped. On the other hand, it seems like it has some of the mechanisms that help the churners to continue. But and we don't know who funded it or who was the banker. If it was organized by friends of the company, who knows what's still coming. So I'm sorry. I think it's lazy, and I think it's blaming somebody else for not understanding both the stock, but also what he does. And in all of these, the key thing is people get frozen. I called somebody up when GTII was around 65, 85 cents, something like that. And she was somebody I had told this about the stock when it was 20 cents or 40 cents or 30 cents. And after she bought it, it ran all the way up. She bought much more than I did. And I said, are you crazy? That was my first reaction. I said, are you crazy? And then I kept hearing the story, and I heard her view of it. I started buying. I said, well, I see why. Because let's not go through all the things, but they had all these things that were positives one at a time, and they were fighting back against the shorts. And I think they were legitimate, but the tactics. But I think there's players in there that were bad, and I don't want to get lost in all of it. But the key thing is, I don't think it's people trying to fight it are where the blame should go. I think the blame should go first to your big firms like Goldman Sachs and others. Secondly, to the stock loan desks. Thirdly, to the big pools of money like Stevie Cohen and Ken Griffin. Fourthly, to these these attorneys that cover it all up and make it okay. Fifthly, to the regulators that do F all. And then sixthly, to Ann Wagner, who's worthless. And then, seventh to the professor, eighth to the lobbyist, ninth to the Congress that doesn't give a crap, 10th to the president. I just, Ricky, when you say things like that, you don't understand what you're doing. I'm not trying to blame a person. The system is what's aligned, and people fight it differently. But my chosen way of fighting it is that people look. I walked the halls of Congress, and guess who I walked it with? Many times. I went up to that truck, and I went up and saw the Kramer's office and where they ate steak and celebrate. It was a learning process. But the idiocy of your comment, frankly, is to blame one person. Anyway, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, and I'm not trying to be hard on you. It scares me. Railtown. Yes, Railtown is a penny stock. Yes, Railtown is on the over-the-counter stock. Yes, shorts are shorting it. Yes, it's on this OTC QB. Yes, to all of that. Also, yes, that the AI space could be in a bubble, depending on which part of it. It doesn't matter, I guess, which part of it is defined as a bubble, because if it pops, they'll drive everything with AI in the name down. But Railtown, Railtown's also not a day trading stock. Going back to the gentleman that you just mentioned who brought, every time Finger went up, he said, take some money off the table. People didn't do it. This gentleman with GDC, I don't know if he was listening to him, but there was a chance to take money off the table. I don't know. Look, it's complex. I don't know who to blame. But I think that it's the unfairness of the system, and it's these jerks that come on here selling, and then they brag about it. And they sell 10 times, 20 times the number of shares that are out there. And they have attorneys to cover up from. Mark Bazile covers up. He may say he's doing a great job, but everything he's gotten signed pays him and gets the Kramers off the hook. Who's zooming who? To summarize the investment in Finger versus the investment in Railtown by judging it on one guy who's talking about it, that's not investing, Ricky. That's listening, that's hearing tips. And that's what you do when you go to a racetrack. You of everyone here knows the story on Railtown. Has nothing to do with me. It's just the story. And somebody else sees something else. I happen to agree with you with your analysis that Railtown's a better call it structural play or a fundamental play than finger right now. But there was a time when I thought the story in finger was very good. And that doesn't mean that it wasn't good. It's just, and it doesn't mean that my judgment was right. But over time, finger didn't do some of the things that were explained to me that it could do. And so maybe it was all part of a hype, I don't know. But like the gentleman that I was just referencing, I lost a lot of money in finger, but it wasn't per se that I intended to. I mean, I still may have lost net, but I got all involved. Anyway, it's just too long a story. I just wasn't at my desk, and I should have been. I should have said, screw that movie. But and it was the way the calls I had, I couldn't sell anyway, but they closed at a penny. So they all got exercised at a penny. There's no bid. And so Monday morning, and you all should be aware of this, they drove the stock down because they knew what they were doing. And the firm sold, I was raising the money. I think I could have covered everything. But anyway, they didn't even bother to call. I called in, they didn't bother, they just sold it out. And I'm like, why did you do that? You just shouldn't have exercised. And you would have saved, anyway, it's a long story, but am I to blame that on one guy? I'm just going to move on. I can't make my reaction to your comment better by keep talking. T. Alex, let's not forget all these quantum investments are in Canada. That's a good point. Very good point. All the more reason. It'll be our 52nd state, 51st Venezuela, Canada 52, Greenland 53. Just kidding. I think all hopes of all of that got blown up in the Middle East. Rick Brogan, we must be patient, and it pays off. There you go with your diamond hands again. But yes, you're right. In general, that's exactly right. The hardest thing is to build your position and leave it alone. You just got to leave it alone. Do you think Warren Buffett ever sold any Coca-Cola? I hope he sold the Washington Post. Did he ever sell Geico? I don't think so. Rick Brogan, T. Alex, congratulations. Rick Brogan, this low volume of 54,500 shares traded today could be a bullish sign. Yeah. I think the biggest bullish thing I heard today is May isn't the end of the quarter. That's the most bullish thing I heard. I think Justin told it to me. So that gives me enthusiasm that maybe something could happen after Victoria Day. That's the most bullish thing I see, is that the break in the news comes. Rick Brogan, I will never mention Dan Niles. All right, Let's look up Dan Niles. Who is Dan Niles? Does he work for Research Capital? Did he replace Venkata Vela Pudi? Dan Niles is a well-known hedge fund manager, technology analyst, and the founder of Niles Investment Management. He frequently appears on financial networks like CNBC to discuss tech stocks and market trends. He does not work for Research Capital, nor, okay, so I was wrong. Niles, it's what this other computer, well, they didn't say that. They said that he, I don't remember. They said he might be replaced. I might be wrong in what I read. He is based in the United States and runs his own independent investment firm. Velagapudi's role. Venkata Velagapudi was an equity research analyst at Research Capital Corp. He left the firm in 2024, and Niles has no professional connection. Okay, so let me say, did Dan Niles recommend Railtown AI Technologies? Has he bought it? Purchased it? Now, Dan Niles has not recommended Railtown AI technology, nor is there any record of his purchasing it. As a portfolio manager at Niles Investment Management, Niles focuses almost exclusively on large, liquid, and highly capitalized technology stocks rather than micro-cap companies like Railtown AI. He publicized his AI investment strategy, and it includes the following positions: the must-owns. He consistently recommends large cap infrastructure leaders NVIDIA and Broadcom. Full stack AI. He frequently names Google Alphabet as his favorite Magnificent Seven stock due to its proprietary chips and complete technology stack. Hardware and infrastructure. He has recently expressed strong conviction in Intel, AMD, and Amazon to capture the growth of agentic AI. Valuation caution. Niles has actively warned that the market is in a massive AI build-out phase that could trigger a 30 to 50% sector crash by 2027, making him highly skeptical of speculative small-scale AI firms. The confusion might stem from a different analyst covering Railtown AI technologies. Are you looking for a specific analyst report or trying to track down who originally initiated coverage on Railtown? I don't know what, Rick, you're focused on this guy. Rick Broken fault. Rick Brogan, I remember Ham telling us about the guy that shorted lumber in a hurricane that hit twice in a few days. I kind of remember that. Rick Brogan, I didn't mean to say anything wrong. I listened to every call. Didn't mean to say, you haven't upset me. It's, I appreciate all your input. I just don't know who the F this guy Neely is. He has nothing to do with anything about Railtown. But every time you bring him up. I do like Dan Niles, sorry. I do like his focus on Intel and I guess AMD, but it's just simple. The chips are scarce. A lot of investment ideas are pretty simple. Google, there's no question, Google has decided to do its own silo and create its end-to-end stack. Well, Google ADK, fine. And then he says there could be a 50% correction in AI. That's important to know. And he doesn't like speculative small-scale AI firms. So it's helpful you brought him up, but I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I know who he is now. I appreciate that. But he didn't, you said he wrote a report on Railtown, which he did not. And then you insisted, anyway, I read you the report. That's the only report on Railtown that's out there that I'm aware of, and I've searched for it. I think there's a couple one of those little blurby things, but a full-on research report, it's the only one I know of. I do believe there will be a lot of research in Railtown, and I'm not sure it's going to come from Dan Niles. But now we've covered Dan Niles, and you can cross that off your list. But I'm not upset with you. It's just, what's the point? What's the relevance? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm probably tired. I haven't eaten, and it's almost 9 o'clock. That's not your fault. That's my fault. I should have eaten something. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know how to circle Dan Niles into everything. Number one, I would never follow the guy. I just wouldn't. He's like following Kathy Ark or whatever her name is. It's like, it's all the noise out there. It's all the people that get out there, get their picture. It's just, if you're following that, you're not investing. And I can't get it through. This poor gentleman, Ricky, this poor guy just lost 100 grand he couldn't pull the trigger on selling his stock and buying Railtown. And he still won't do it, I'm sure. He should sell everything and buy 100,000 shares. But instead, his life's going to be shit because he just couldn't do it. And that's what upsets me about this market right now. Wall Street doesn't teach anybody how to invest. The brokers might as well be insurance agents. Come in, we'll give it to this manager and that manager. And then your own managing funds They fund the guys like Jeff Easton. They fund the guys like Ari Rubenstein. They fund the guys like Greenberg or whatever it was in Canada. They fund the guys like the Kurt and Seth Kramer. And then you, not you personally, but everybody here gets caught up thinking these are real investments. They're just stock pools. GDC was never a real company. G-Buck's never a real company. There's no friends on Wall Street. There aren't any. I mean, that's not totally true. I think almost every broker there was a guy at Merrill Lynch who I was very good friends with, warned me about one guy, and as my further experience, he would churn accounts. He made a lot of money. He went to Dartmouth, so smart, but he was that guy I would worry about. There was one guy that I know of that was so clever. He would trade, and if the trade won, he'd put it in his account. If it didn't, put it in a customer's account, and then he would drive to the customer's house and get the statement before the customer got the statement, and then he'd provide a Xeroxed copy. Anyway, his father was in the business, and he brought a Bible to the court hearing. I went, and it cost my manager a ton of money because the firm blamed the man, even though my manager called up and warned over and over and over again. The firm said it was oversight issue to protect their own large bonuses all the way up. But the guy went to one of those, country club things, and then he got a job with his father after. It didn't affect his life. Those are the only two. There was one guy at one firm. I never got to know him, and I heard some things about him, but I just didn't know him. And right now I can't remember his name. But out of all the brokers I knew, that's the only three I can come up with that didn't look out for their customers. So it's not fair to say what I just said as it relates to your brokers, but anyway, I guess I'll write this guy an email and try to get him to act, but he won't. It's just too painful. And then you bring up this guy, Dan Neely. Who the hell is Dan Neely? And he has nothing to do with Railtown. And then I've got to stop everything. And if I haven't looked him up, you're upset that somehow it's an important breaking news, Dan Neely, or whatever his name is, Dan Niles. I don't care about him. And I did look it up. And my computer said that no, the only research was this, the one I've been reading to everybody. I've gone through this research report with a fine-tuned comb for months. I stopped doing it, and I just read it again all the way through. And I don't mind that, Ricky. I think that's a good thing that you caused, because it's kind of interesting to go back and go over the original ideas, but it's out of date. It's out of date. There's things you say sometimes, Ricky, this is specific to you, that bring that whole stock twits mentality over, which if that's what you like, that's what you like. But what I'm trying to get people here to realize is the problem is the over-the-counter market and NASDAQ, most of NASDAQ. This is a system that has been designed much like the Zionists worked on Zionism 150 years ago. And it's always incremental, never quit, just keep moving forward. You know, if the rest of the world gets distracted, keep moving forward, keep moving forward. Grab a little more, grab a little more, grab a little more. They're now at war with 7 countries, which matches nicely to what the wars we've been in. Not all of their countries. But while the war's distracted, grab some more homes, grab another neighborhood, kill a few more people, children, women. No one will notice. Well, that same kind of mentality is what these criminals have done to the markets that used to treat people well. Now, part of it they didn't do. Wall Street has decided that the best way for Wall Street to make money is concentrate positions in money managers, ETFs, mutual funds. And they hire a bunch of people, just gather assets, gather assets, gather assets. And we'll pay you 3%, 1 to the house, 1 to the manager, 1 to you. And it's actually sometimes goes higher. And then the client never learns anything about trading, never learns anything about research. And the markets, after Obama, the banks split. So the broker, after Bill Clinton, by the way, Rubin was the secretary, but it was Bliley, Leach, Graham Leach, Graham Bliley Leach. No regulation on, I think it was either futures, something like that, but on derivatives, no regulation. No regulation. Markets will take care of themselves. And then they changed the UCC Section 8. And as Wall Street started realizing they could control the fees and commission from soup to nuts, they started creating their own capital formation channels. What the brokerage houses no longer were about capital formation. It's just gathering assets, gathering assets. The capital formation went to a handful of men, occasionally throw a woman in. And the concentration of assets became so vast that it's hard to beat any of the metrics anymore. So you have institutions investing. I don't know how to look it up, but I would bet institutions make up 60, 70% of the market. Could be more. When I started, it was all customers. So what is the market, Ricky? What is the market? When it's all computerized, it's all institutions. What is the market? They fired everybody that had trading desks and worked on trading desks. There's a whole generation, mostly of men, that were on those desks because it's just not something women are drawn to, but maybe it was sexism. I don't know. But it takes a certain kind of man. Not all men are drawn to it. That all went away because the computers could come up with their trading systems. And so as Wall Street moved capital formation into the hands of a few white shoe boys and girls and the some of the angel investors, all the way up to the Morgan Stanleys, they stopped having research, market makers taking positions for the firm. They stopped having road shows. It's all different. So you have a company like Mark Zuckerberg, coddled from the beginning all the way up, or that's how you get that woman that had that blood thing, Elizabeth Holmes. There's no real market anymore for information or trading. And so the over-the-counter market's just a joke. There's no reason for any company to want to trade on the over-the-counter market, in my judgment. Other people disagree with me. Those people on the over-the-counter market with the smiles, they should be slapped off their faces. And then Adina Friedman runs a joke of a NASDAQ. Absolute joke. That's my opinion. But here, Rick, think it through. If 70%, I'm making that number up. You can try to Google it. If 70% of the money on Wall Street is managed and invested by institutions, retirement plans, funds, how do they beat each other? They all use the same gobbledygook description of everything they do. They use the same computers. They are all trying to trade against a norm or a metric or a baseline. How do they beat each other? How do they get, once you have $10 trillion under management, how do you return 20% a year? Take big macro bets. And you can affect it a little bit. This war we have in Iran, I bet a lot of these funds are trading every time Trump tweets. That complete disgusting man, in my judgment, that came from there's a bond house on the top of the World Trade Center. Just can't think of the name right now. So Ricky, you just fall into some of the same traps that they want you to fall into. That's what I get frustrated with. I'm not mad at you. But if you start blaming it on one person, then you're not thinking about your investments. And the next good guy that makes a recommendation, you do that. They want you not thinking about your investments. Why? Do you ever listen to what goes on? The companies that you see on the over-the-counter market, they're all shite. Every single one of them. There are times when there's a special situation, maybe. But you take Frank Benedetto's stocks, every single one of them. Every single one of them. Well, he liked Energy Vault. He did? All right, maybe that one you could argue worked out. I would argue that the story's not over yet. They have a massive debt load. They did raise money. But it's not where any of you should be. And if you're investing in this because of me, well, maybe that's true or not, but it shouldn't be about me. It should be about the fundamentals of the story. You need to have in your mind, why are you investing in this stock? What do you think it's worth per share? What can go wrong? What can go right? What industry is it in? What's the overall macro trend? These are things. It has nothing to do with the person that's telling you the story. I try to give you, I do it to the point that I feel like it must be boring, but I try to show every footnote, every source of information that I can find, every time, every reason I have for drawing the conclusions I've had. And this Dan Niles doesn't enter into it. And it turns out I don't have any clue why you told me Dan Niles wrote a research report on Railtown. And now you say you're not going to bring him up again. Why you bring him up in the first place? It just, yeah. Investing is a serious business, Rick. And I love that you've built this position. I forget how much it was. I don't know if I have it written down anywhere here recently. It might be more than what I wrote here if I find it. I don't know. I don't want to get it wrong, but I think you have about 80,000 shares. I can't find it. That's incredible that you did that. It's amazing. It's amazing. But I want your mindset to change. And I'm sorry to be hard about it. But you got to stop thinking the way you have been thinking about the market. The over-the-counter market is a graveyard. The NASDAQ is a funeral home. Or it's a hospice. I don't know which. Or all three. For stocks under $10. Put the cutoff there. Now, there are stocks that have a story sometimes and can be exciting. And there's a group of men, and it's mostly men, oddly. It's mostly men. There used to be a woman I hope she's still around. She had health issues, but she would follow stocks in oil and gas, but it's mostly men, oddly. But there's a network of guys that worked on Wall Street, and they still do what they learned how to do. And I'm so thankful for it. But the basic bones of Wall Street have changed. There's no research. There's no compliance in these stocks anyway. There's nothing you can trust. Absolutely nothing you can trust. Good ideas used to be enough on Wall Street. They get funded, and then with that idea, you fill in later. Now, even a good idea gets destroyed. And I bring up patterns, and people get mad at me, but CEOs, I think CEOs should go to jail for signing these notes. I think they should go to jail. What are they, children? You can't sit down with a pad of paper and figure out that if you sign a tranche from Kurt Kramer with a back, you can't sit out and do all the scenarios. You should go to jail for signing that. But the attorneys convinced them that, well, you got to do it because otherwise the company's going to go out of business and your first interest is to the shareholders. But when you sign something like that, your only interest is to the attorneys and to yourself. But no one cares. But you still bring to me that it has something to do with the guy talking about the stock. Rick, if you don't learn, and maybe I have to put it in a more organized thoughts, but if you don't learn what I'm trying to teach you, you're going to lose all of the money, all of it that you make in Railtown. Railtown is not a hot money stock. Railtown is not a stock. Now, it's a problem. It might get to a price that you have to trade it because it's just a piece of paper at the end of the day. But as long as we have a value in mind of what it's worth, and I tell you, guys like Ward, and it sounds like some of these other, but you've done it too. You've done the research. You share the research here. That's what you got to do. You got to try to understand what the market is saying about it and try to get the comps. But it doesn't have anything to do with me. And Finger has nothing to do with Ham, although it's Ham's idea. Now, how do you trade? If you want to stay, Rick, if you want to stay in this hellhole of a market, and you want to pay attention to the GDCs, G-Bucks, the Fingers, these stocks, you have to face a fact. These CEOs can't raise money. So they pay people to raise money. And then there's no investment bank anymore that has a sales force. There's no Johnston Lemon focusing in technology stocks with 30 offices and 160 brokers, or whatever it was. There's no Alex Brown with fewer brokers, but high net worth. There's no Kidder Peabody. There's no Payne Weber. So there's nobody following these effing stocks. So the CEOs can't raise money. And their stories are usually, I've sat in on so many projections, pitches. So they turned to what they think is a banker. They're not a banker. Jeff Easton's not a banker. He's just a bird dog for some hedge funds. They're going to short the stocks. And then you're going to blame it on him. I mean, I guess you can blame it on him because he brings the ideas. But I don't know where to come down. I think he really believes that his company got destroyed by short sellers. Friends of his got hurt. But I don't know that he realizes that the rules of trading have changed, although his skills at trading are amazing. And that's where you make money with him. If he's look at GDC. This poor guy hangs on till it goes to 15 cents. And that's what will happen to you. That's what frustrates me, Rick. That's what frustrates me. GDC was worthless. It was a piece of crap. But, and I'm going to mix it in with G-Bucks, but I think GDC I don't know, some guy was coming in with money they were going to do, or maybe that was G-Bucks, but then GDC was, this other guy, HD Mico, he sold Railtown to buy that crap. And maybe I'm confusing. I hope I'm confusing. Hopefully this was his portfolio, not that other guy's. Oh, that would be a relief. Because Miko can afford losses. He's rich. Oh, wouldn't that be great if this other guy still has a portfolio? I don't know if I wrote it down. Oh, that might be. I've been very depressed thinking that he lost 100,000, but this might be HD Miko's portfolio. But I think he added more GDC. I don't know. I'm going to have to look it up. That's a relief. I don't want HD Miko to lose money, but it's not going to change his lifestyle. This other gentleman, maybe this other guy wasn't in GDC. That would be great. I'll have to he sent me an email. I'll have to try to look at that. But anyway, Rick, yes, Ham talks about these stocks. You know that Ham does. If you gave Ham a big, long prospectus, he's not going to read it. Because that's not what he was trained to do. He was trained to process information, remember how stocks traded, and trade the stocks. And he could do it. He could do it with large blocks and with option trades and etc. But to him, reading a prospectus, why do you need to do that? It's a waste of time. Because he was trained to trade. So when he brings the stock idea, there's a trade. And he's going to give the pitch that's going to get people excited, build momentum behind it. But he deals with people on the other side of the phones who are also professional. They all know you can't believe the whole pitch. You just have to, it's a stock pool. As it goes up, you got to get out. The reason finger motion is in trouble is not because of Ham. It's not because of Ham. I think Ham's done everything he can do to make that stock work. I think the reason finger motion, I'll give you 5 reasons finger motion has had a hard time. One is the NASDAQ sucks. And 2 is the over-the-counter sucks. 3, they need to raise capital. Any company that needs to raise capital in those 2 markets is going to be destroyed. There are no investment banks. There is no research that matters. There are no market makers. There is no compliance that's going to protect the CEO or shareholders. It's just how it is. There's conferences so they can count the sheep before they slaughter them. There's pretenders like Kurt Kramer, or in Martin Shen's case, he had the misfortune of going to a conference where Benchmark just funneling the sheep introduced him to Jeff Easton. They all know what they're doing. So what happened to Finger Motion is Finger Motion did a financing with Jeff Easton. I think Ham tried, and I think he did his best to get the company out of the soup they stepped in. My opinion is that the Toad and the other 3 hedge funds had already digested so much of that apple that even when that note got bought in and Finger fought it, Jeff Easton fought it. But then finally they caved. That just bought time for the hedge funds to move trades and get it where they wanted. But I personally think that the size of their selling was so big that they didn't quit. They were still, it didn't matter that the note was bought in. But that's just a theory of mine. I can't prove it. And then Finger Motion is an American company operating in China, and they do about 35 million in revenues every year. I liked the ideas. They really clicked with me of what the and I've met Martin Shen. And back then, I believed that the markets were the way they used to be. They're not. All I can tell you, there is no over-the-counter market. There is no NASDAQ market other than the big companies. Anyone thinking there is going to lose money. Now, you can trade it. But you're up against computers. So you got to trade. And you can't freeze. And you got to understand that overall in those stocks, from Frank Benedetto to Dan Borders, and yes, sometimes Sam, it's and they doesn't mean they know, although I think the first 2 do know. There's a group on the long side, and of course the criminals just constant. But the group on the long side is trying to manipulate something to make money on the upside. And the momentum happens sometimes, and these stocks do go up. And there's enough of a story. In the case of NRGV, they got it up long enough they could get big financing to buttress, keep the stock up. The problem is that's a lot of debt. And the business they're in is low margin, in my opinion, from what I read. But maybe they make it work. Or maybe, the best stocks out there are GME and the other one. They bring in money, and that's good for the management. It's good for you. If you need the energy of talking about these kind of stocks, go do it. You're not going to make money. And if one works, you're going to lose it in all the rest. Until these markets are cleaned up, it's not a place to be trading. I don't think you should be trading at all, other than if you buy a stock because it's undervalued and it goes to value or it goes overvalued, well, then you sell, but not the day trading. Now, of course, you can improve your performance on the margin, baby, if that keeps you alive. But man, I don't want anybody here going back to that. Now, in the AI space, it's interesting because this does seem to be a transformational revolution. Yes, we have to keep in mind that's what they said about the internet stocks. Absolutely. But on the other hand, this is where everybody is, and there's no question that AI is going to get built out. But there's some ancillary things that you have to think about. how are you going to power all that AI? To me, it's going to be natural gas and probably oil too. That'll be natural gas. We're blessed with a lot of natural gas here in the United States. Of course, we're going to sell it. I think we should keep it, but whatever. But there's an investment thesis there. So I don't want to go through every idea out there, but the thing is, if you come up with an investment thesis, then you start looking at the stocks and you find something and it makes sense. Now, Railtown, I didn't go through all that analysis myself. So I don't want to be too heavy on you because I guess in a way it was through GTII, but somebody that gave me some advice on one of the tie-ups there, you know, got me thinking about Railtown. But it was later on that I, particularly the Morgan Stanley research, but James Altucher, is the broader idea of it. And anyway, I don't know why I'm all congested. So, Ricky, I just don't like the energy that this is hot stock. I like the energy, that the enthusiasm, and I like your research, and I like that you've gotten people into it, and I like all that. So it's not that I'm mad at you. It's just, man, I've got more. I guess I've just got to train you a little bit more, because if with 80,000 shares that stock goes to 5, you're going to have 400 grand, and these guys are going to come at you with some stocks, and you're going to invest in it because it's not him. It's this time it's I don't know. It's you're getting it from a really good guy. He's got big investors, and you don't realize it's all the same. There isn't a single stock on the over-the-counter or the NASDAQ who needs money that is not subject to this destruction. So then you have to really look at, why is it on this exchange? And then, in the case of Railtown, I think we got very fortunate, because I hope that Corey would have looked at any stock that was any financing that was offered to him from Jeff Easton, or from Ari Rubenstein, or from Kurt Kramer, or someone like that. But you don't know. You don't know. Because then the board and the attorneys start saying, oh, you got to do it. No, this should be all right. You'll be on the NASDAQ. You'll be on the this. And things are going to move. And blah, 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 blah. What made it lucky in the case of Railtown? They didn't take any financing in the United States. But that was their plan. So we dodged that bullet. They took financing in Canada, and they've been crushed in Canada. But he's a gentleman. He'd never say that. It's not fair. And I'm not mad at you, because you shouldn't have to deal with this. You shouldn't have to think about all this. That's what upsets me. And for an investor to sit and hope for a stock to go back, that's fine. That's the way it should be. But that's not the way it is now. It's not the way it is now. These guys are ruthless. And they're just out to steal. And they don't care at all. And so, Ricky, you need to separate yourself from some of their language. But I'm not discouraging you from sharing your thoughts here or being excited or anything like that. I'm just saying, is your goal to make money? Then you can't trade in those stocks unless you treat it like a little portfolio, keeps you interested, and you used a trader's discipline. I don't know what your account's worth right now, but let's say you have 80,000 shares of Railtown. And let's say we'll call it 35 cents. So you have 28 grand. I think it's great what you've done, and you're going to add to it. Let's say Railtown goes to $7.50 a share, which I think is possible, but it's just a prediction. It's not a promise. You're going to have $600,000. You could peel off, you could sell enough so you had an account worth $28,000. Let's call it $25,000. Let's call it $30,000. So you could take 5% of your account, 5% of your account, put it in a separate account, 30 grand, and you could trade all those stocks. And that would give you the energy every day to talk about, get on Stock Twits, listen to Ham, listen to Dan, listen to Tony, listen to Frank, and just you'd be in the mix. But the other 95% of your stock is going to make you rich and keep you off the street if everything works out. Now, how do you make money when you listen to Frank or you listen to Dan? Two blowhards. How do you listen to a guy like him who is actually trying to fight the fight, I think? How do you listen to Tony? How do you listen to any of these guys? Number one, skeptical. Any idea, you're skeptical. Number two, if you get to know somebody and you know him, when he brings an idea, you know how he brings an idea, you know how hard he works. If you want to play it, get in. And he's saying, well, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. It could go to 150. I think it's going to squeeze. Well, get in. Like GDC. I think it was 70, 80 cents. It goes to 12. And then they're doing all this manipulation, and they did this and that. Where is all that Bitcoin now? And it's worth $22 a share. Well, now it's worth 15. Do you think the market got it wrong? When it was 80 cents and you listen to him, you get in. You have a small position. With the 30 grand, maybe you buy 5,000 shares, 6,000 shares. But that's only 1% of your overall account at that point. And you're just doing it for a lark because you don't have the time to watch all the time. And you put out an order to sell. You bought it, put out a GTC to sell it at 5x, $5. Probably never go off. Most of them you're going to lose money. But let him tell everybody else it's going to go to 150 or whatever the story is. Let him pump it. You dump it. And you make some money. And he has investors that do that. And I don't think it would upset him. But if you go for the gold, you're going to be a sucker. And I know that. I did, Ricky, I did it with Finger and GTII. I thought they were going to squeeze. But anyway, I don't know, Ricky. I don't want you to lose your money when you make it. And I think you're just going to be so antsy that you're going to have to go trade 80,000 shares at $55. If you can hold on, you're going to have $4 million. And I'm telling you, you don't need to be in those stocks anymore, even though that's what you're interested in. You don't need it anymore. Maybe get into something else. Anyway, Rick, I'm not mad at you. I just get petrified for people. I will say I put a lot of work in here. It doesn't mean I'm effective, but I don't want you suckered away. And the whole reason I even started was so people didn't get fear, uncertainty, and doubt taking their money from them. You seem to be smart enough to do the research, to connect the dots. And then you summarize the whole thing by saying, I'm not going to do Finger because Ham's recommending it. So why are you doing Railtown? Because I'm recommending it? These aren't the reasons to invest. The reason to be in Railtown is AI is real. The big boys are building out the very infrastructure, the very playground, the very stadium the game is going to be played in. They're doing all that. We're not. I don't know. I don't know how to make the analogy with football, but we're going to be the football. You can't have the game without the football, or we're going to be the the beer sold at every seat, whatever. But as they've built that out, they're creating a whole revenue stream, and it's not going to go away. Now, the multiples might change, and there may be limits from energy and other resources. Virginia reached a limit, but that's probably going to make the cost of compute go up. And you've got a company here that had they not gone public would already be in the private channels, and you'd never see it. This is not a Finger. This is not a GDC. This is not a stock that should be even on StockTwits. And you shouldn't confuse the two. But yes, it trades at 30 cents, and the stock price sucks, and it looks like all the rest. I get that. I wake up in the middle of the night thinking about that. I don't know what to show you. I really don't know what to show you. You go from getting it to thinking in such simplistic terms. It's scary to me. You're going to lose your money. We haven't made it yet, so I guess I should calm down on that. But let me just show you something. I'll show everybody how I think about Railtown. And I do it all the time. You can do it You can do it anytime you want. We know a couple things about Telus. We know that Telus is a $30 billion company with $20 billion in revenue. And I get confused how many customers they have. It's either 2 million or 20 million. I get confused. We know it's one of the top 3 telecoms in Canada. We know that Canada itself is one of the top, I think, 12 or 11 economies in the world. We know that Canada is one of the top, I heard it's in the top 3, I'm not sure that's right, of the AI and technology countries in the world. Finance, but I don't know. I don't know how to prove that one way or the other. So we know that Telus has built this first sovereign AI data center. We know that. And we know that Railtown has agreed to partner with Telus. We think Telus asked for Railtown, but we don't know that for sure. It's possible that I think that's a moth. Last thing I need. It's possible that Telus was introduced to Railtown via AIP partners. We don't know anything for sure. All we know is Railtown now appears to be the critical piece that makes the Telus data center work. We don't know if there's going to be competing pieces. We haven't really proven that theory out yet, but that's what it seems to be. We know it's first to market. We know it's disruptive. I can refer you to that research report. And we also know there's been, whatever word you want to use, a blackout on news. So we're kind of befuddled. We want action, but where does the action come? Well, all we can do I think, is look at what Darren Entwistle has said on 2 conference calls, and it's been in the news. It's been in the news and in reports as well. Telus's commitment is to grow its AI revenues from AI enabling technologies to $2 billion per year by 2028. Sometimes they adjust it to in 2028, but they used to say by 2028. So that's the end of 2027. But anyway, the next couple of years. And then once it's there, it continues. So then we ask ourselves, what does it mean, AI enabling technology? What AI enabling technology does Telus have? I don't know. There may be something I don't know about. But one thing I know about is they have the first sovereign AI data center in Canada. And now we've confirmed with your hard work, we've confirmed that they've set up 3 or 4 more coming. So we know that. What else could be the AI enabling technology? I don't know. I really don't know. Is it FireX AI? Well, that's already on the data center. Is it a consulting service? Maybe. Is it some sort of bot they're going to put on everybody's home computer or their their iPhones? I don't know. So why don't we, instead of focusing on 2 billion, focus on 1 billion? And if you don't want to do that, let's focus on 800 million. Let's focus on 500 million. 500 million in ARR to be at Telus, to be split with Railtown. And I've told you why, but I'm just going to use 20%. You can use 15, you can use 10, you can use whatever you want. But I think 20% makes sense to me. So that means that Railtown so we know Telus is a big deal. And we know that they've projected 2 billion. Let's just use 500 million. And then I say 20%. You can use a lower one if you want to hammer it. So that projects to me that Railtown will have 100 million in annual recurring revenue, sometimes around 2028, projectable. It'll be growing, and it'll be sticky, and analysts will see that. That's from the Telus data center, the Telus deal. Now, I'm leaving off the AIP partners because for now I see that as a one-off. How does that get replicated? But what can be replicated, we can just do a little thought experiment. We can count how many, well, let's Google it. Let's Google it. How many AI data centers in Canada, North America, the world? Let's see what it says, Ricky. There are between 11,400 to 12,000 operational data centers worldwide. Uh, 4,300 to 5,400 in North America. And there's about 280 to 340 in Canada. Now, what we can't know is how many of those are going to focus on AI, but I think all of them will eventually. So there's 11,000 in the world, 4,000 in North America, and 300 in Canada. So can we say, do you think, Ricky, that Telus is going to help Railtown generate 100 million a year? And we'll just assume it's one data, all the data centers. We're not going to increase that. And then Canada, there's 300 data centers. So we'll just say another telecom in Canada will sign up. We have no idea for sure, but we're just projecting. So let's say that's another 100 million. But let's just stop there because we don't trust that Canada has all that business, maybe. So then in the United States, there's North America, there's 4,000 data centers. Let's say in the United States, they find 2 telecoms in the United States. I don't know which ones. One in Virginia and one in Texas. And they each do 100 million. And let's say they also get one in Europe, one in Asia, and one in the Middle East. Now, what's necessary is that Telus's deal has to turn on and work. I think we all agree that that's going to happen. Does that have something to do with Ham or with me? No, nothing. Does it have, is the reason to invest in this versus Finger because Ham recommends Finger and somehow he's a bad guy? And even though therefore we're going to do, no, none of that. What we know here is that Telus, well, what we think we know is Telus is going to generate 100 million in forward revenue for Railtown, and it's going to be that projectable. It could be as soon as they flip the switch next week, next month, could be sometime later. We don't know. But if that proof of concept comes, we know that sovereign AI is a big deal in Canada. So we can assume maybe, another telecom in Canada might say, we need that NVIDIA stack. We need that whole thing. And if Railtown's on top, we need that too. Maybe. Giving you a reason to invest. And then if this all proves that the data centers are useful, one group that's going to be noticing it is Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, maybe IBM, maybe Elon Musk, maybe Oracle. So if we assume, it might be a big assumption, 2 companies, 2 data centers, big, in the United States sign up. 2. Maybe maybe that's a leap too far. And then in all of Europe, where sovereignty is now important, let's assume one country, I don't know, who's pissed off at us? France? Let's assume somebody in France signs up. One. And then let's assume in Asia, Japan, Korea, India, if you count that. But let's just say one company, one telecom signs up for sovereignty reasons, 100 million. And then in the Middle East, let's just pick one that wants to be protected from us. Maybe Iran, but that probably won't be allowed. Maybe Saudi Arabia, the UAE, or maybe in that little Asian region, maybe Russia. Who knows? Maybe that's going too far. I don't know. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700 million in revenue. Now, will it come all at once? Maybe. Maybe it'll be a springboard. On the other hand, maybe it'll take a little while. So let's say it's going to be 2031. They'll do 700 million in revenue. $2031 ARR 100% margin and growing. 2031. Now, you don't have to wait that long. The analysts are going to project it. What we have to be aware of, the stock market might crash in the meantime, and we have to survive that. But let's just put that as a separate issue right now. So what multiple would investors pay today for that revenue in 2031? 50x, 100x? Why don't we not use those big numbers? Why don't we try to adjust it for the possibility of market gyrations, lower multiples? But remember, it's 100% margin and it's growing. And it is sticky. It continues and continues and continues. I would say it would be worth I would say 25x. I'm trying to convince myself to go lower, but I'd say it'd be worth 25x in almost all cases, because it might be worth a lot more than that. So we take that. And you can play with this any way you want, every single morning when you're having coffee. So that gives you a company that could be worth $17 billion. $17 billion. Now, why could that be wrong on the negative side? Well, on the negative side, it could be wrong if the Rimouski data center blows up and the NVIDIA chips don't work and the Rail Engine erases the entire record of Pierre Trudeau. And everyone says, we don't want it. But failing that, it looks like it's going, from all indications, it looks like it's going to work. What else could make it not happen? Maybe the Google ADK is better and it's just going to blow away the world. But Google doesn't offer protection from the United States. What else? AI goes away. I'm not sure about that. So what else could make it go wrong? I don't know. I can't think right now. I don't see much. Maybe the multiple is too high. But it's $17 billion. That stock would be worth $77 a share. Now, is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? I used $500 million, not $2 billion. I used 25x, which is certainly lower than 50x, or Lang Chain's almost 100x. It might be too high. I used, I think it was 7 data centers around the world in 2031. Is that too many? Maybe. Maybe Railtown's going to be condemned to only be on Telus for the rest of its existence. But I think it's all a fairly cautious projection. Now, you could say, well, 25 is too much, so cut it in half. Cut it in half. I can't do the arithmetic, so I'll do it here. 38.50. Say it's 38.50. Now, Rick, what I want to ask you, does that have anything to do with Ham? Does it have anything to do with me? Is the reason to invest in Railtown have anything to do with an investment in Finger? I don't see it. Now, in my belief, Rick, you're going to get that. I could be wrong. So you're talking, you're going to have $6 million. And what I want to hammer home to you is if and when you have that money, you're in a different position. But the world is going to be a different place. And you got to get away from all these chat rooms and the stock bots or whatever the hell the thing is you want me to join. You're going to be a serious investor at that point. You should have income. You should have it or you buy a farm or whatever. But not these desperate men. They make their living, and I'm not talking about him, by the way. They make their living they get 15,000 a month. They got 100,000 shares of stock that they can dump. And, it might work out, might not. I haven't been paid anything on this, by the way, which is a nightmare. So I guess, Ricky, what I want to leave it with is I see so much for Railtown, and I think your life, your account, is going to be so different because of it that I just don't want you thinking those ways anymore. And I'm not mad at you. But this guy, Dan Nye, who the hell? Why don't you bring up Kathy Wood for all the good it does? Anyway, I'll leave it there. But I did like, Ricky, that you brought this up again, because if everybody cuts I was just trying to see how many shares were out at the time. I don't think that the company's actually issued that many shares since, but I can't find the share calculation, but I think it's similar. But you've got a base case of $2, a bull case of 360, and a bearish case of 90 cents. And so, Ricky, I think it's great that you brought that back up. I don't know why I'm reacting to the other stuff. I guess because it just scares me. I'm going to keep going. Rick Brogan, I lost as well in finger. Rick Brogan, I post any news I find on StockTwits, anything from LinkedIn to any news on this. Rick Brogan, he's my favorite analyst. Okay. Okay. Well, then I'll try to follow him. I just don't know how I can help you with the big stocks, but you're right. If everybody's account gets bigger, we'll have to know about those bigger stocks. His call on AMD and Intel, I think's legit. I think the Google. Anyway, I can't add any value to what he says. All right. Ricky Brogan. I guess I got the same one when I Googled his name in RT, I guess. Ward Richardson. William, stacks are just wonderful. Yes, the stacks are wonderful. And that came across rereading this, the layers. Stacks are wonderful. Rick Brogan, 98% of my Fidelity account is in RT. Okay. I personally, I think it's a good option, but you know, we've researched it to death. We've looked at it from all angles, but it doesn't mean we can't be wrong, you know. But for people who have been trading these other junky, high risk, speculative stocks, this is the way out as far as I can tell. We're not going to make the money by buying NVIDIA, buying 10 shares of NVIDIA. We're not going to buy, 1,000 shares of, we might have done it, might have bought it on Intel and done it. But anyway, Rick Brogan, other than RT, I have a few HL, which I'm selling. Rick Brogan, William, I Googled RT and Niles Investment. I got the same thing you did, I guess. I didn't read this article as well as you did. Fifth full to the bay. Dude, just stop talking already.